Wealth, fame, power.
Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day.
Boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations, welcome to the one, the only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. So good to have you all here. I wasn't really feeling up for stream today, to be honest with y'all, but I decided to do it anyway, because usually when I feel like that, and then I start stream anyway, I start to feel fine in the middle of it. So, yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Probably drank a little bit too much last night, to be honest. I was watching Vinland Saga. Oh, sorry, wrong screen. Vinland Saga. Is this the right camera? I don't think it is. Yeah, this is the camera with the tearing on it. Hold on. There we go. I don't like this camera as much. I gotta get the other one fixed though. I don't know why the tearing is going on. What's going on, everybody? Good to have you all here, all 7 of you so far. We're gonna get more. It's gonna be a big crowd. I always have a big crowd watching me, watching everything I do. It's great, folks. Speaking of Donald Trump, I thought about covering the Supreme Court decision today, but I feel like so many people are already covering it that, like, it just... I don't know what I could possibly add to the discussion. I mean, everybody already knows it's just bullshit. Sorry, Winry's behind me playing in her little tube toy. What you doing, baby girl? Uber. But yeah, I just thought we'd do like a chill stream. I got a couple of videos lined up. But if anybody has anything that they would also like me to react to, please speak now, or whenever, doesn't matter, because I really don't have that much planned for today. I just felt like I had to go live, and that's why I'm here. Also, I feel like we're delayed a little bit on the camera. Let me reset it. Sometimes Logitech does that with its software. Sorry about that. Big crowd, millions, you might say. Many people are saying millions. So yeah, that's better. Oh, I forgot my chain too. Fuck it, whatever. Actually, no, I need something on my chest to make me look good. I'll be right back. I need some drip. Sorry, I also have to pee. I'm back. I don't watch Chud shit. All I got are positive videos, like a video how between 2023 and 24, Japan got way more progressive with trans and a little more progressive with gay people. That's pretty cool. It's always good to have some positivity going around. You know what I mean? Music going. Actually, I'll listen to a meme song. Yeah. This one's hype. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right, he took his hedgehog fucking Quilly dick out. He pissed on my fucking wife. And he said his dick was this big. Love this song. Crazy lyrics, though. I never would have expected that they would have gone with these lyrics. Walter Masterson did one of his trolling at Trump rally, but dressed as Zuko arguing, making the Fire Nation great again. That's awesome. That's such a nerd thing to do also. That's great. I am positively not straight. Does that count? What do you mean, does that count? I don't know what that's in. No Discord ping? I did Discord ping. Didn't I? Oh, I guess I didn't. Thank you. I also thought about doing a United States citizenship test today. That was another thing I thought I might do, but I'm not sure. There we go. Okay, there's the Discord ping. Thank you very much for letting me know. Appreciate you. But yeah, for those who are just getting here, welcome. This is not going to be, I don't know, a very intense stream. It's just going to be kind of laid back. We're going to do some reacts. If you have any reacts you want me to react to, you can either drop them in the chat, or if you want to make absolutely sure that I see it, you can put it in content suggestions in the Discord server, which you can find the link to in the description of the YouTube video. We should have a command for it in the chat site, but unfortunately it seems like commands never want to work for me. Yep, there. Yeah. Commands never work for me. I don't know what's going on with it, man. Also, Lady Nova, did you ever figure out if you can add emotes? Like, are you able to do that? Because you should be able to, I think. I'm checking the commands. I don't know why it's not working. Here, let me just, I got an email, not email. Boomer moment. I got a DM White Nervoso. I think my chat commands are messing up again. I'll put a little face palm. Okay, there we go. Dash Dog, welcome in. We were just listening to your amazing, beautiful song that you wrote for me. Thank you. Thank you again for that. Definitely the bot hanging for some reason. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I was in a mood for atheist content. Nice. Good, good, good. Good to know. Because that's what we're doing. For a little bit. I have to answer a very pressing question, apparently, for atheists. Also, I think I've already said on stream, but I am releasing a video shortly, so I want to reiterate. This video was recorded like during my, like I was on an anti-theist kick for like a stream or two, and I went pretty hard against religion in general. And the video that I'm about to release kind of feeds into that. I was gonna pull it up, but I don't know. I'll just show a little bit of it. I don't know if you guys remember this react. Wait, that doesn't explain anything. What did you specifically study that gave you fewer doubts? Like, what is it? I was actually
Like, this video is gonna
interested
be,
in how he dealt with his doubts, and he just is like
pretty
well,
anti-theist.
I just studied a little bit, and then it was all good. And it's like, well, that doesn't explain anything. What did you study? What specifically made you turn away from your doubts? What were your doubts even? I don't even know what his doubts were.
But yeah. Oh, sorry. Let me check what's going on with the mods. Sorry, my brain is very scattered today. You guys are just going to have to deal with it. Hopefully you just like the sound of my voice because I'm just going to be doing a lot of people talking today. At least at first. There's a Discord command on it. It's definitely the bot hanging for some reason. For emotes, click that shield on the top of the page that says admin, and there should be an option in the list called emotes. Okay. Okay, so Queen Laura's helping take care of the emotes. Queen Laura's been like very good about the emotes, so your voice is lovely. I'm glad you think so. I think my voice sounds pretty good too. I like listening back to my own videos sometimes, but I don't, for some reason, like for certain microphones, my voice just sounds really grating to me, so I can't do it. We'll just chill for a little bit. We'll chill for a little bit, let some people creep in, and then after a bit, we'll go over that atheist video. Ooh, how about now? Let's check. Hey, it's working! Let's go. Bot's working. That was fast. Oh, you said it's good to have some positivity? I got you. But yeah, I think I had a little bit too much of the booze last night because I was just sitting here drinking and watching, because today was my day off work, so I was like, fuck it, you know? But I had a little bit too much, and I was watching Vinland Saga with Leftist Owl. It was great. We watched like 3 episodes of it. Vinland Saga, amazing anime. Just an incredible show. Seriously. If you haven't seen it yet, just a fantastic show. Who hasn't? Yeah, I've been doing better about it. I used to drink way too often. I wasn't like an alcoholic, but yeah, I used to just drink too often. And it was not good. And I've definitely gotten better about it in the past couple of years. But last night I was just like, why not? If you can avoid it, don't drink. It's just poison. But I'm a hypocrite, so there you go. I remember Leftist Owl. Been forever since I've spoken with them. Tell them I said hi. Will do. Yeah, Leftist Owl is good people. They came over for the eclipse. The eclipse passed right over Ohio. It was great. Your Discord server has been very welcoming to me despite having converted, even if you went a bit hard on theism at that time. Yeah, I mean, Queen Laura is, you know, and others. I don't want to point out Queen Laura specifically, but I do have. But point is, I do have theists, you know, in my audience, and I don't want to be too rough on the theists because ultimately, like, I believe things too that I can't prove. Like I've talked before about my view about like what happens when you die. Basically, I think that it's more likely that consciousness sprang up from a well of consciousness rather than like the universe has no consciousness, period. But somehow we came from that and we're conscious. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't make any sense to me. Like life had to have, there has to be a component of some sort in the non-living universe that springs up consciousness. Like what's the source of that? You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like when you die, this is just my tinfoil hat rambling, so forgive me, but I feel like when you die, like your consciousness goes back into like a pool of collective consciousness, of like a soup almost, a soupy mixture. And you lose yourself in the music the moment you want it. But you lose your like own sense of self.
And like, I don't know to what extent you could consider it like experiencing anything, but I don't know, like it's complicated. You know what I mean? Like I have no concept of what that would be like, but I believe, I just think that there's something there, you know what I mean? I don't know if I would call it an afterlife. I don't know if it would, I don't know. I feel like I'm rambling. I think when we die, there's nothing at all and it's incomprehensible to us humans. Yeah, there's also, I think one of the leading theories about like when you die is like heaven, quote unquote, basically is just like your brain flooding with chemicals that kind of help you cope with the fact that you're dying, you know? And that's just like forever for you, you know? That's why some people have like flashbacks to like their youth, or some people describe like in near-death experiences, they describe like a euphoric sense of happiness, you know, that, or like warmth that like comes over you. And if that's what death is, you know, like that's fine. I'd be fine with that. Some people think that you live your life on repeat, you know. I don't think that our memories are quite that perfect though. So, I don't know. Very Time Lord? I don't know what you mean by that. Ah, the glasses are actually helping with the lights. A little bit. I got my own afterlife? Okay. That's fine. It's fine if you believe that. Maybe the afterlife is the same sensation as dreaming. Yeah, that's kind of what I think. My dad's heart stopped when I was 8, and according to my mom, he didn't even know when it started beating again. Interesting. Aru, I'm assuming that's your god. Or something. Time probably slows down to like eons in those experiences simulating heaven. It's possible. I mean, have you ever had a dream that you sorry. Have you ever had a dream where like time stretches out for a really long period? Like it seems to stretch out. So that like you feel like you're living years, days, months, weeks, years, whatever. I've had one, I think, where it felt like a few days, but I've never had one. I might have had like one where it felt like it was years, but if I did, it obviously wasn't very impactful because I don't remember it very well. Yeah, you want to do them so much you could do anything. Exactly. That's how I feel. That's called DMT. Your brain makes to help you deal with stress. DMT. Effects of DMT. What is this? DMT is structurally similar to psilocybin and is known to produce short-acting and intense visual hallucinations. Does your brain naturally make it? Does the human body produce DMT drug? Pineal gland DMT. The pineal gland releases several important hormones, but there's no conclusive evidence that it releases DMT. Well, there you go. So I think it's a theory, probably, like, or not a theory, a hypothesis, but not supported so far. When I nod off at work, I have dreams that seem to last hours when 2 minutes pass, but sleeping at home is often the opposite. Yeah, I feel like I just close my eyes and then wake up at like 7 a.m. I'm such an old man now. I wake up at fucking 7 a.m. and I can't go back to sleep. And it feels like I don't sleep at all sometimes. Hold on, Lady Nova. Let me figure out what's going on with your admin status. When I set admins, I think there's like 2 things I have to set for it. Chat roles. No, I need users. Lady Nova. There you are. Admin, moderator, trusted. You should have it. Admin. I updated you. I mean, try refreshing and try it again. Try refreshing. If you use the... Okay, try going to alecgunter.com/admin. Because that's only available to people who are admins, obviously, and me. Refreshing. I'll try logging out. Yeah, give it a shot. I'm sorry that it's giving you trouble. Okay. You guys want to do a react segment? You guys ready for the juice? Just a small tangent. Oh, before we get started, I wanted to show you guys what I've been working on. Because I've been posting about it in the YouTube community tab, but I haven't like pulled it up yet. So I got coaster. Keychain. I want another coaster just so There you are. Okay. So I worked all day yesterday, basically, while I was at work. When I wasn't working, obviously. I was working on keychains and coasters. So now, you can't purchase these just yet, the coasters. It's a pretty good view. So this is like this is the second version of the coaster. Let me see if I can find the first version of it. Little granny purse here. 403 forbidden. That's weird. I'm gonna have to ask White Nervosa what's going on with that. Sorry. I know I'm all over the place. Let me DM White Nervosa again real quick. Okay, cool. We'll see if they can get that fixed. All right, give me just a second. Yeah. Wait, is this it? No. The keychain. Okay, well, whatever. Doesn't matter. So, my initial version of this had a really shitty G on it. So this is version number 2. Version number 1 was basically this, but with a much bigger, sloppier G. But now it's got the symbol on it. The G, it's like an A and G mixed. You know, it's my logo. Looks like a G though, so we'll call it the G logo. We call it the G logo. That's what we call it. And then I got a trans one right here. And you can see this is version number 3. And it's a little bit different because I crocheted the outside of it, which I think looks much better. Here, I put it on to compare. So you can see this is the sewn version versus the crochet version. I think this one just looks better. Nice and clean, you know. It sits nicely and it holds your drinks like so. Pizza? It does like look a little bit like pizza. I like the triangle though. What's a femboy flag one? I will be putting these on the market soon. I want to make a few more so I can take some good pictures of them. But what is available for sale right now, and what's easier for me to make actually, because they're much smaller, are these nice little keychains. So this is a nice little lavender colored one. You have a sky blue one here. And these are the latest models as well. My earlier versions are sewn together. And these ones just look a little nicer, I think. Is it machine washable? Yes. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about is the surface stitching coming loose if you machine wash it. But yes, technically you can machine wash them. 2.0 Alligator keychain. So I bought like 50 of these little keychain doodads for $3.90 or $2.99 on Amazon, and now I'm selling keychains. You can get your keychain at https://etsy.com/shop/guntergrabs, which I'm linking now, and you can find it in the YouTube description as well. You can find all your good crocheted goods there. You can find stickers, keychains. So far, it's stickers, keychains, and crocheted balls. Fuzzy crocheted balls. I don't have any on hand, but I do have a crochet egg. And it looks a little bit like this, the crochet balls. I am thinking about, I forget who it was. I think Hot Take Andy mentioned getting a new material for it. Basically, it's just filling a balloon with cornstarch. And then that would be like a better stress ball. And I think I'm going to go with that. It's an egg, a jumping off point. Yeah. For all the eggs in chat. Doesn't know how much the transes love their eggs. Etsy, very nice. Thank you. Alec needs marshmallows now. Everything is machine washable once. Very nice. My headphones were machine washable. I have had such bad luck with earbuds, man. I washed my first, so I have these specific types of earbuds that I really like, and I can't remember what they're called. But they're very specific, and so that's the point. And so I bought my first pair, lost one of them, right, just one. I bought a second pair, machine washed those by accident, and then they were ruined. I bought a third pair, and then my car got broken into a few weeks ago. And they took my sunglasses, my expensive sunglasses, so they're gone. And they took, I thought that they took my earbuds. So I bought another pair. It's my fourth pair. They did not take my earbuds. So I found my earbuds in the car. Or no, my earbuds were in the house, so they didn't take them. So I found my earbuds in the house. Now I have two pairs of earbuds. Didn't lock my car again. Left my previous pair of earbuds in my car as like a backup. And somebody broke into my car a second time, 2 times in 2 weeks. If you can believe that. Because I was very stupid and did not lock my car. And so they stole the earbuds, and now I'm down to my fourth pair of earbuds. I've had abysmal luck with the earbuds. But yeah. To the egg and trans flag colors, I could do that. Those would probably sell like hotcakes. But yeah, I'm pretty excited about the coasters and the keychains. Hopefully people buy them. I think they're cute. You're lucky you still have your car. Well, it's a fob control, so I think that makes it harder to like steal. But yeah. Need to crochet a shark. Ooh, yeah, the trans shark. The IKEA shark. IKEA shark crochet pattern. Crocheted a shark based on the IKEA blahage. Oh yeah, it's the blahage shark. See this. Can you go away? That's cute. I wanted to crochet, I thought about crocheting Kyogre. Because I thought that'd be a cool one. But that'd be really complicated. Oh yeah. But last thing before we get started on the React. I know you guys are here for the juice. Give me just a second. Last thing. I'll show you the progress. Here he is. We got our big boy. I did make this, yes. We got our big boy here. And he's got teeth now. Looks awesome, thank you. He's got feetsies. Now, the feet, this side does not have nails yet. This one does, claws. So later on in the stream, I might, if I have time and I'm feeling up to it, and you guys are feeling up to it, I might finish up the claws on the arms and the legs. It's a lot bigger than it's supposed to be. I used a bigger thread than the pattern called for, and I paid dearly for it because I think this is up to, how many balls did I use? I think I used like 5 spools of this blue thread, and then I used like 1.5 for this. And then I had to use, you know, obviously some for the feet. I'd love a Rayquaza. That would be cool. That'd be sick. And I think I'm going to keep this one just because it's my first one. It's got a lot of gaps in it. Like there's a hole right here. And I'm not sure. I think I want to go like half a size down. I couldn't find like a good crochet hook that was like 9.5 or 9. I think I want to go a size down though because I used a 10.5 on this one and the gaps are just really big. Smaller than the Teddy Ursa though. I did use a smaller one than the Teddy Ursa. But yeah, so now Teddy Ursa's got a buddy, and I just got to get the claws on. How long to make a real size Snorlax? It depends on what size thread you use. If you use this size, you're probably looking at months worth of work. This took about a month, I think. Large huggable boy. Yeah, and I don't know how well I stuffed him. Hopefully I stuffed him enough. I think it's enough. But yeah, he's just going to be sitting on the computer chair back here. You should make Kirby from Kirby's Epic Yarn. That would be a great idea. I thought about making that one, the Little Big World guy, the Little Big World. Thought about making that. I thought about crocheting a doll from Jujutsu Kaisen because that one guy makes a bunch of dolls. That's like his thing. Sackboy, yeah, Sackboy. Little Big Planet, that's what I meant, yeah. And then just like selling them. I also thought about crocheting another Snorlax with like a different color. This is technically like a shiny Snorlax. Because it's got like a darker blue color. You can't really tell the difference, but you know. Technically shiny. The person who originally made the pattern made a pink one. That's really cute. I'll show you guys real quick. Crochet by Kitten Girl.
8 months ago, I crocheted a Snorlax plushie for my friend Allie. Ever since, I've been trying to improve my design. This was the second Snorlax I made following my original design, and as I was making it, I felt like he could be a little bit chunkier and the head could be smaller. The spur of the moment, I grabbed the yarn I had the most of and tried something different. You may have seen how much of a disaster this was. Let's not talk about it. Anyways, this was the third.
What happened was, real quick, is that she ran out of the pink yarn, and then when she went back to the store to get more of the same kind looked like a different color. Like they used some kind of difference in the dye, and so like the new batch that was released was not the same as the original, and so she had to improvise and make the sleeves red. Like gave the Snorlax an outfit.
Snorlax I made, and it was kind of a fail because I had to improvise with the clothes when I ran out of yarn. I did like the chunkier body, but felt like the head was a little too small. This led to my fourth and final Snorlax, which I'm happy with. After 8 months of everybody patiently waiting for me to release my Snorlax pattern, I'm super happy to announce that you can finally recreate my Snorlax on my website for free. So what do you think? Do you think I improved? Which one do you like best? Now what the heck do I do with all these massive plushies? 8 months ago,
she is selling them for $150 a piece. I think mine because I used such expensive, like I used a lot of yarn. So I'm kind of stuck with how I would want to price it because I used a lot of yarn and like I think I spent like upwards of $100 just making this. I would estimate about $100 to make this, just raw material. And so with all the work that I put into it, I would like to sell it for like $350, $400, but I think that's a little bit too much, especially because it's kind of amateur work. So I would be willing to part with it for like maybe $250 if I were to sell it, like $250, maybe as low as $200, maybe. But I would really have to like, you know, trying to get rid of it. You know what I mean? So yeah, just a little update on that. Let me put him back. Put back my boy. Like I said, all I got left is the claws. He has a coat. Yeah, it was really cute. Message retracted from Rational Optimist. Wonder what the message was. Never could get into the LBP games, but Sackboy, A Big Adventure is a true gem. Oh, Westside Tyler just joined. Hey, welcome in, welcome in. Hey man, how you been? Welcome in, Westside Tyler folks. Appreciate you being here. Hello, welcome, welcome. You're just in time. I just got done going over my Snorlax stall. You can see it in the back there, kind of. I'll turn the screen so you can see a little better. So, that's our big Snorlax boy that I just made. Turn off the chat real quick. Well, I thought I would turn off the chat real quick. Where the hell is it? There we go. And then Teddy Ursa's right behind him. Opinion on Lex Fridman? I forget who that is. I know the name, but I forget who that is. So yeah. Lex Friedman. I know that name. Lex Fridman, 4.04 million subscribers. Hours long videos. Yeah, I don't know. Cool Snorlax, thank you. Gonna be making crochet anime girl body pillows? I could. Yeah, I could probably do that. I think he's some centrist podcaster. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't have any opinions. If you have any like shorter videos, like no greater than 30 minutes, I'd be willing to take a look at it. And if you want my opinion. We're not really doing a whole lot today. Like I said, I thought about going over the Supreme Court shit. Oh, damn, we got 70 people in here now. Hello, welcome everybody. You picked a terrible day to join because I'm not going over the Supreme Court shit, even though it's very important. I just feel like everybody else has already gone over it. I don't know what else I can add to it, and I'm tired today. So I'm just going to be doing some, you know, just some atheist content. And then, oh yeah, we're looking at that one video where the guy is going over anti-white TikToks. I like to see what the hubbub is. Here from VOD Gang. Welcome, VOD Gang! I have your leader's music in my playlist. It's very good. Tyler is very talented. Okay. It's time for the juice. Let's get started. Time for the juice. No. There you go. Okay. There are many questions that atheists cannot answer. I don't like that intro. Let me start over. Sorry, I'm not on my game today. There are many questions that plague the human mind, like why do we exist? What is our purpose here? I'm trying to think of a good, funny question to ask, and I'm drawing a blank. Sorry. But basically, there's just some questions that we can't answer right now, like what consciousness is, why we're here, etc. And religious people, especially like Christian fundamentalists, like to try to use this as a gotcha to atheists. And so there's this video that I came across today called "A Question Atheists Can't Answer." And it might be true that we cannot answer this question. That might be true. That doesn't make us wrong, of course. That just means that we can't answer this specific question. But, you know, Christians or anybody else who tries to answer questions such as that are just guessing. Ultimately, they are just guessing. Even if you fervently believe in what you're saying, you are just guessing at the end of the day. And that's just how it is. So we're going to take a look at what this question is, whether or not I can answer it, and go from there. So let's just take a look. This is from a guy named Brian Holdsworth, by the way. Struggling Catholic thinker, apologist, writer, speaker, and communication professional. So yeah, and he's known for such recent content as "Are Gay Priests a Thing?" Should be fun. Should be a fun time. Let's take a look.
Okay.
Oh,
Obviously.
What is the strip? I'm sorry. This is abysmal. There's something very unsettling. Like it looks like the character creator just kind of randomized something. It's not good. There's something very off-putting about this look. Nothing he can't fix, by the way. This is all things that are very fixable. Like he looks like he could be a very presentable gentleman. And he has better hair than I do, for sure, considering I don't have any. But yeah, so he's got like the squillium hair, kind of. You know, like I don't know, something about the swirls on it kind of reminds me of, it's giving Squilliam Fancy Sun is what it is. Just interesting. Restaurant waiter type beats. Even like, I don't know, like it just doesn't look like, something's off. That's all I'm saying. Something is off. I can't put my finger on it.
Atheists come in all shapes and sizes, and inevitably whenever I offer any kind of argument about atheism or against atheism, people will say, not all atheists believe that. Not all atheists believe the same thing.
Okay.
That's a straw man argument. And that's true, not all atheists believe the same thing. But a 10-minute YouTube video doesn't allow me to address every variation of atheism that exists. Nor is it my goal to refute every instance of that common creed. Instead, I'm simply trying to address people who subscribe to a popular form of atheism, especially a kind that I interact with a lot on YouTube and that I see on certain channels, and to invite them to reconsider the logical coherence of their position.
Okay.
And if what I describe doesn't align with your particular form of atheism, then you can be confident that I'm not addressing you, and then therefore there's no need to be defensive. So the particular kind of atheism that I'm addressing in this video is the kind that says that only what can be materially observed and empirically measured is real, and that if you want to assert,
I don't think that's true, because we recognize that consciousness is real, and there are ways to measure it. But I feel like that's a very sweeping way of describing the concept of needing evidence to discern whether or not something exists. Like we can say that consciousness exists evidently, because we all experience it individually. Like we know that we are conscious beings individually, or at least at the very least, I know that I am. I don't know if any of you are, right? That's the whole "I think therefore I am" rabbit hole that we're not going to go down. But just because you can't like observe or measure something does not mean that it's not real. Like I think germ theory I'm fairly certain that germ theory was invented before, not invented, was, what's the word? Theorized before We could even see microbes. Okay. So even before they had the ability to measure it, they were already hypothesizing about, well, maybe there's microbes that are causing diseases, right? Postulated. Thank you. Same thing with atoms, right? Before we could ever dream of being able to see or measure atoms, we were already theorizing about it. So just because we can't measure something doesn't mean it's not real. So I reject that I reject that premise.
Anything as true, that is the kind of evidence that you need to provide. And it's on those kinds of grounds that they accuse religious believers of being superstitious for not being able to provide empirical evidence for our religious claims.
Well, the burden of proof is on you. Like if you want to state that God exists, you have to have some kind of evidence to back that up. And all the evidence that people have to back up the existence of God or a God is not substantial. It's simply not substantial, because the best that they usually have is questions that people are just not able to answer. Like I said at the beginning, like why we're here, or what consciousness is, or where it comes from, or where we all came from, where matter and energy itself came from, the universe. But just because we can't answer that doesn't mean you get to stick God in. That's called God of the gaps fallacy. You can't do that.
It's this kind of atheist that I address this question to, because I just don't think that they can answer it. I've done a lot of searching myself to see, are there atheists out there? Are there commentators?
That's pretty
Are there
true,
even
Kitty.
scholars who
It does say in the
this?
Bible that God exists.
And I don't seem to be able to find one that is satisfying. The question is slavery wrong? And
yes. Dubsy, put in some applause for me for being so based and not slavery pilled. I did not think that would be the question. Interesting. Okay. I mean, yeah, slavery's wrong. Why is it wrong? Because people should be free to do what they want. I believe that human freedom is important because we're all just kind of here whittling away our lives day by day, and we should be enjoying it to the best of our ability without impeding other people's ability to enjoy it. As long as you're not doing that, you can do whatever you want. And slavery takes away from people's ability to do that, and I don't like that. So that's why slavery's wrong.
the reason I ask that question is because virtually
I personally
all
would want to be
respectable
enslaved.
people will frantically trip over themselves to be the first to affirm that, yeah, it's wrong. Slavery is definitely wrong. And I even hear
I came in thinking that it was going to be some kind of philosophical question, honestly. This strikes me as very bad faith.
many atheists accuse the Bible of being
I am very
morally
brave, thank you.
inferior for not going far enough in its condemnations of slavery. But I don't think that the atheist of the variety that I described earlier can answer this question sufficiently.
I just did.
By that, I don't mean that they don't have answers, just that their answers are
Slavery is
illogical
cringe.
and
That's
that they
why.
expose an inconsistency in the kinds of evidence that they demand of others to account for their beliefs. Because if you're going to logically account for the truth of a statement like slavery is wrong, you have to be able to define the terms of that
I think
statement.
that's lighting's better.
Slavery is easy enough to define, so I'm not going to spend any time on that.
Okay.
But the word wrong is one that I've never heard defined in a way that is consistent with atheism.
You ought to not do it, I guess. Like, it's slavery is wrong. This is basically just a semantics game he's trying to play with us. Like, we all know what the word wrong means. We use words to communicate ideas, and when we say the word wrong, what we mean is that you shouldn't do it because of one reason or another. Like, it's wrong to do heroin, you know? It's wrong to do heroin, not for the same reason that it's wrong to infringe on other people's freedoms. It's wrong to do heroin because it will fuck your body up, okay? I maintain that. But when I say it's wrong to do heroin, I don't say that for the same reason that I say it's wrong to kill somebody. Because doing heroin, I believe it's your right to do it. I believe that you have the right to shoot yourself up with heroin if you want to do that. But I don't believe that you have the right to kill somebody. So I'm using the word wrong, quote unquote, in very different ways there. And this is just going to end up being a semantics game, which, you know, people default to when they're cowards and they have no actual way of backing up anything they're saying.
Because if you're going
I'm
to
not accusing
define
him of
something
yet,
logically,
but we'll get there.
you cannot include the thing that you're trying to define in your definition. That would be circular reasoning and therefore fallacious. For example, if I asked you, what is a honeybee? And you said, well, it's a bee-like creature that makes honey. I would be fully within my rights to accuse you of failing to answer my question.
Okay, what is a honeybee? It's an insect with whatever characteristics. What's an insect? It's a creature that has that's usually very small with the outer shell, whatever it's called, exoskeleton, with 6 legs and 3 body parts: the head, thorax, and abdomen. Okay, what's a thorax? It's you can just go on and on and on, and eventually it does become circular. Like, all definitions eventually become circular at some point. Like, what's a thorax? It's the middle part of the body. What's the middle part of the body? It's your thorax. You know? Like, you could stop there. You could say, okay, well, what's the middle part of your body? Well, that's the part of the body that's composed. Yeah, like, you can go on and on and on. Like I said, this is just a semantics game.
All you said is that a bee is a bee. And that's obvious enough. But what's also true is that we can't use undefined synonyms in our definitions of a thing either. So if
we do that all the time. That's what definitions are. They're synonyms. When we give a definition, we are literally we're just doing 2 equals 2, okay? 2 equals 1 plus 1. 1 plus 1 equals 2, okay? And that's what a definition is. You're taking the number 2, and you can describe 2 in a myriad of ways. You can describe it as 1 plus 1. You can describe it as 2 minus 0. You can describe it as 0.5 plus 1.5. You can describe it as 2 times 1. There are a number of ways to describe the number 2, okay? You can spell it, 2WO. But the point is, we are all communicating the same idea at the end of the day, okay? When we define a word, we're just doing that process, but with words. It literally is just a 2 equals 2 kind of game. 2-wo? I don't know what? Did I say 2WO? Oh, sorry. TW. Sorry. You guys know what I meant. Hopefully that makes sense.
If you ask me, what is a cat?
Like, that's literally what a definition
is. Well, a cat is a feline creature that humans have a disordered amount of affection for. Well, feline is just a synonym for cat. So all I've said, again, is a cat is a cat, which does nothing to define what it is. It just keeps us going in circles. And
okay, you take out the word feline, you just say creature. That's too vague. You have to describe it somehow, you know? Like, I don't know. I'm just going to end up repeating what I just said. Like I said, it eventually becomes circular at some point. But you're still communicating the idea of a cat.
Unfortunately, every time I've heard an atheist give an account for morality, which then allows them to use words like right and wrong logically and coherently, this is the exact thing that they do. Like, one article I read said that morality is simply whatever prevents suffering and increases well-being. But all they've done, according to this definition, is made suffering synonymous with evil and well-being synonymous with goodness, never really defining any of them. And further,
he just did define it. What? They literally, whoever that person was, defined. Hold on. Let me listen to that one more time.
Ever prevents suffering and increases well-being. But all they've done, according to this definition, is made suffering synonymous with evil and well-being synonymous with goodness, never really defining any.
By the way, that's really not what morality is. Like, everybody kind of has, like, that's what morality is to me. That's my version of morality. But, like, I feel like that's a little bit of like, that would be what morality is to me. People have different versions of morality, and your morality can be different from mine, etc. But ultimately, I think that's a pretty good definition overall of what I describe as being morally good, you know? I don't understand what he's saying here. I thought that was a pretty decent definition.
Any of them. And furthermore, they're not even accurate synonyms. Suffering isn't simply wrong or evil. In fact, I can think of all kinds of instances in which varying degrees of suffering can produce something that is widely considered good, such
Yeah, but if you can reduce that suffering and have the same outcome, you should do that. That would be like, here, what's the example you give?
Like chemotherapy or surgery.
Okay, chemotherapy and surgery, yes. You will suffer through chemotherapy and surgery. But let me ask you this. Let's say that we have, oh, here's a great example. So there's a type of like, I forget if it's cancer or like an infection or something in the kneecap, right? And when this happens, you have to have your kneecap removed. Like your knee just needs to come off. Now, what we used to do for that is we used to just amputate the leg, like chop it off, right? And that's fine and good, you know, for what it is. It keeps you from dying from an infection or from cancer, whatever the disease was. Point is, now what they do, I can't remember what the procedure is called, but they'll take out the middle portion of the leg. Yeah, rotation plasty. Thank you, Queen Laura. Yep. They'll take out the middle portion of the leg, including the knee, and they will rotate your foot. Okay? They'll keep the foot attached with its nerves and ligaments and whatever. Not ligaments. I forget. Main thing is nerves and muscle tissue, right? They'll take that, they'll twist it around, they'll put it where the knee was, and it still works. Like you can still move your foot up and down like that. And you have a foot knee. Yeah, you have a foot knee. So now your toes are backwards on your body. Your heel acts like your knee. And people have really benefited from that. So you have two different types of surgery. One involves more suffering than the other because you've now lost like your entire leg, including your knee. But the other type of surgery gives you a functional knee. And in that manner, we've reduced suffering, which is good. That's a good thing. So even in this definition, like this doesn't work. You still want to reduce suffering as much as possible. Chemo causes less harm to people's well-being than its absence. That is also true. Yeah, that's a much simpler way of putting it. Thank you, Lady Nova.
Surgery. Exercise is almost universally recognized as a good thing in the right place and at the right time.
Well, not everybody considers it suffering, even though I do. But if you could listen, if you could achieve the same results from exercise without exercising and just like sitting on your ass and doing nothing, why the fuck would you not do that? Why would you not do that? Like you've now reduced the amount of suffering for the same results and the same health outcomes, but you don't have to suffer. Why would you not do that? Unless you enjoy the process of working out, which some people do. But if you could remove that component, if you consider that component suffering and you could remove it, then you should. This still doesn't work.
But the first time I went running as a way to
POV,
get back
you fall
in
asleep
shape,
and a boy sleep
the
over.
experience was so unpleasant for me that I nearly threw up. Self-sacrifice and self-denial seem to me to be traits that most people recognize as being honorable, but almost always introduce a degree of suffering. We have monuments in virtually every city where I live commemorating those who died in the wars of the 20th century. So was it wrong for them to suffer and die for those causes? So it seems that not only is morality...
No, because they suffered and died to reduce overall suffering in the world. They didn't do it for nothing. Like if you ask them what they died for, they did it to reduce the overall suffering of the world. None of this makes any sense. This is like, even like, I feel like I'm stupid today, like more stupid than usual. And even I can dissect this.
Morality and right and wrong, not defined by that definition, the synonyms that they attempt to smuggle in as substitutes for the terms that they are trying to define in a circular way.
Dude, it's not smuggling in synonyms. It's called defining something, okay? There's no objective definition of any word, okay? When I say cat, usually what you think of is a small creature with pointed ears, a little tail, right, that wiggles back and forth sometimes, that has claws, 4 legs, right, walks on all fours, has a little pouch on its belly for some reason, and you own one. You get it fixed, you get it toys, you play with it, whatever. And you can describe its behavior too. Cats are goofy little creatures, the little wiggly guys, right? And in that way, I kind of paint a picture for you. But you could, but like a tiger's a cat too. That's a cat. So when I say I own a cat, do you think that I mean a tiger? Of course not, because you're not an idiot. Well, you are, but you know, like you're in this. I would hope you at least not think that, right? So when I'm saying cat, if I'm talking about in the context of a zoo, I might be meaning a tiger or a lion. If I'm talking about in the context of a pet, I'm probably talking about a house cat. Okay? So definitions just help us relay ideas. So when somebody says, what do you mean by cat? I can describe that in a way that equals what I'm talking about. That's not smuggling in a synonym. That's called defining a word.
Aren't even good synonyms. Many others have tried to argue that morality is simply what has been agreed upon as a social contract, which can accumulate into something like a legal system or the law. But this begs for a definition of the social contract or the law. If you reply that the social contract is an agreement about what is right and wrong, then all you've done is made the social contract or the law synonymous with morality. And again, you're back to arguing in circles.
That's what a definition is.
What is morality? And you say that it's the social contract about what is right and wrong or the law. And I follow up by asking, okay, can you define what the law is? And you say
it's a list of instructions for what to do and not to do that society broadly follows. That's what it is.
Series of documented statements about what is right and wrong. Do you not see how?
No, not necessarily what's right and wrong, because slavery was part of the law. You know, like that was legally enforced by the law. It wasn't even just legal to own slaves. It was like, if your slave escapes, you have to go get it. Like somebody has to go get it and bring it back. Like that's what the law was. So not only was slavery allowed, it was like legally enforced. It still is legally enforced. When you go to jail, like you become a slave to the state. Like that's what happens. So legally, slavery is okay. But morally, I find slavery abhorrent. Okay? So it's not about what's right and wrong. It's about what's legally allowable.
How we're just going in circles without ever defining any of the things that we're talking about. Furthermore, it fails to
define it. Then you give a definition, man. Then you define it. Let's hear your perfect objective definitions. The man here who is apparently the objective dictionary, I guess.
How we can judge one instance of a social contract or a legal system against another. How can we say that the legal system that allows slavery are bad and the legal systems that prevent it are good unless morality somehow sits outside and above legal systems and social contracts?
Because I have to listen to that again. Sorry.
Allows slavery are bad and the legal systems that prevent it are good unless morality somehow sits outside and above legal systems.
Unless morality somehow sits outside and above. What? That doesn't make any... What? Is anybody... Okay, am I being stupid? I don't understand what he's saying. He's trying to say that, like, morality... So he said morality somehow sits above and outside legal systems. He's arguing for absolute morality? Oh, okay, I got it.
And social contracts. Because that's the question that's being asked here. Yeah. Is slavery wrong? Are systems that allow slavery wrong? I'm not asking, do some people create legal systems that outlaw it? Obviously, that's a question that doesn't need to be asked. The question is, ought it to be against the law for the sake of what is morally good? So again, not only is the social contract theory fallacious for using circular reasoning, it doesn't even use a well-thought-out substitute for morality. And the reason we always end up with these absurdities is because morality can't be accounted for empirically without obscuring it behind some poorly assessed substitute, which is by definition...
It's not a poorly assessed substitute. It is a definition. Like, all definitions are circular up to a certain point. Like, eventually you just circle back around. That's how definitions work. Eventually it becomes a loop.
Circular reasoning, and which always offers a substitute that falls
like somewhere along the line, you loop
of whatever it is that we mean by morality. So an atheist can't actually say that anything by that measure is right or wrong and truly mean what they're saying without sacrificing their own logical consistency.
So is he trying to say that, like, what makes it right or wrong is whether or not you'll go to heaven or hell for it? Like what God allows? Is that all he's saying? Because you could say that in such a shorter way, dude. You could just say that you believe there's a man in the sky that dictates what you're allowed and not allowed to do. And if you do things that you're not allowed to do, you go to hell. That's what you could say, and that's how you operate, and that is level 1 Kohlberg stage of moral reasoning. Just so you know, like if you guys don't know what the Kohlberg stages are, level 1 and 2, it's either separated into 3 levels or 6 levels depending on which one you look at. For all intents and purposes, let's just say 3 levels. So level 1 is basically just, I do things that are right or wrong because I will incur consequences for doing bad things, and I will incur rewards for doing good things. That's Kohlberg stage level 1. Level 2 is, I do things because it is legally required of me. Like this is just like, the thing that most people do. This is like, it's a basically moral code by like social standards. Like you follow the social ethical code, right? Because that's what other people are doing. You have kind of a sense of guilt for not doing certain things, even nobody sees you not doing it, things like that. The third stage is, and not everybody reaches this stage, you've actually sat down and grounded your axioms and figured out what is right and what is wrong and why. Okay? My axiom is slavery is bad. Slavery is wrong. We shouldn't have slavery. Why? Because, first of all, I don't want to be a slave. I want to have the freedom to do what I want. And I'm a conscious fucking human. Okay? And I know that I'm surrounded by other conscious humans who all want that same freedom that I have. And so since I want it, I want them to have it. Because the minute that I say it's okay to enslave them as conscious human beings, I'm saying it's okay to enslave me as a conscious human being. And I don't want that. Okay? Otherwise, I would have an inconsistent moral framework for them versus me. I would be putting myself on a higher pedestal than them. And I don't think of myself higher than them. So I don't want anybody to be enslaved at all. And that's how I ground my axiom on slavery. And I think that's fine. I don't need God to tell me that I'll go to hell if I enslave people. I just don't need that. If language has a finite number of words, and for every definition you ask, well, how is that defined? Then by the pigeonhole principle, you will eventually run out of new words to ask, so all definitions are circular. Exactly, thank you. I argue that religious definitions can be the most circular. Well, yeah, because how do you know God's real? The Bible says it. How do you know the Bible's right? Because God wrote it or something. God ordained it. Well, how do you know God is real? Because it says in the Bible. Yeah. You said it was an axiom? Okay, yes. You're not supposed to explain axioms, but yes, slavery is wrong.
See. And don't misunderstand what I'm saying here. I'm not saying that an atheist can't be moral or that they don't have a moral conscience. What I am saying is that they can't account for that morality logically.
Point is, I shouldn't have to explain to you why slavery is wrong, but,
For them, it's something like social conditioning or just feelings about something. But whatever it is, it's not rational. Now, at this point, it might be fair to demand of me the thing that I've been asking atheists for, which is, what's my definition of morality?
Perfect.
So
here we go.
Morality is a standard of truth that gives us the ability to apprehend potential alternative thoughts, actions, and scenarios, and to make judgments about them that express either approval or disapproval when compared to that standard.
That is a drawn-out definition. Let me listen to that one more time. Morality is a standard
of truth that gives us the ability to apprehend potential alternative thoughts, actions, and scenarios, and to make judgments about them that express either approval or disapproval when compared to that standard.
Sorry, my brain is not firing on all cylinders right now. Word salad. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who's like confused a little bit by this. Hold on one second. Dubsy, cut this out. I got a call from my mom. Keep holding, guys. I'll be right there. Dubsy, leave this in. I just got news that my nephew is being born as we speak. My sister, at last, is making me an uncle. Isn't that great, everybody? Gonna be an uncle, baby. I think this time tomorrow, little Teddy's coming out. Thank you, thank you. It's a bigger deal to me than being a dad. I'm just kidding, but no, I'm excited. I'm gonna ruin that kid. It's gonna be great. Gonna ruin that kid. Uncle Gunter, baby. Funkle. What's Funkle? I don't know what Funkle means. Yeah, glad I took the call. Alrighty. Fun uncle? Oh, thank you, thank you. Sorry. Brain's not firing on all cylinders, as I said. Uncle Alex gonna be great. Gonna crochet him some stuff, you know. Ask for a toy, I'll crochet him a toy. I'm sure he'll like that, right? Boys like that. Boys like that. I can well, maybe a Pokemon doll. That'd be cool, right? It'd be great. I'm excited. I'm excited. All right, let's keep going.
Such judgments appear in statements like,
sorry for the pause,
that ought to happen and that ought not to happen. Or more precisely, that ought to be and that ought not to be. In other words, we are making judgments of an ontological and...
This guy was like doing word salad, right? That ought to happen. What?
That ought not to be. In other words, we are making judgments of an ontological and metaphysical nature, which are inquiries about being and existence. These aren't questions.
How about you just like don't hurt people because you yourself don't want to be hurt? And you recognize that other people have the same level of existence that you do, you know, because we're all conscious human beings, you know? Like that seems simple enough to me. It doesn't have to get more complicated than that. This is how society has always functioned.
Questions about what does happen, they're questions about what ought to happen, because what ought to happen doesn't always happen. For example, slavery happens and is happening right now.
Which is interesting given that your God apparently is all powerful. Why didn't he prevent slavery? You know, if it's objectively bad that slavery happened, God had to have allowed that under your worldview. So if God allowed that, if that's part of his big plan, does that mean that slavery for that brief period of time was a moral act? And if it was not, then why did your God allow it? You know, either your God is not all loving, not all knowing, or not all powerful. It was his day off. That's fair. Like, I'm sorry. I know I said that I was going to back off the theists a little bit, but when you approach me, right, which he did by saying a question atheists can't answer. So this is him approaching atheists and saying, here's a question for you that you cannot answer. This question was, slavery is wrong. What is slavery wrong? And I said, yes, it's wrong. I answered it, okay? You're challenging my worldview. Okay, so now I'm going to challenge yours. This is nothing against it. If you're just a Christian, you know, you're fine. I've had some people in my audience say like, "Hey, Alec, you know, you're drinking a little bit too much of the anti-theist sauce." Okay, I get it. I'm going to back off. But when this shit happens, I just can't help myself sometimes. Like, it's stupid. You're making a dumb argument. It's a dumb argument.
Now in the world around us. And if we say that's wrong, we're saying it ought not to happen. But if we only take our moral understanding from that which can be observed and measured empirically, then there is no question of what ought to be, only what is, because only what is what can be measured and inquired about in this way. Which is why the physical sciences can't tell us that slavery is wrong. They can only tell us that it is, it exists, it has being. But if you're saying
it can tell us slavery is wrong because we can measure like the physical and psychological well-being of a slave, which I guarantee you is not going to have good results. That's how we measure whether or not slavery is wrong. If we take a slave, right? If we take a slave, like, let's say that we did a survey on slaves back in the day, right? And they all reported like really great psychological health and really good physical well-being. And they reported, I love being a slave. You know, this is great for me. This is how I'm happy. You know, I love this. This is a consensual agreement. The only caveat I would say is if they can leave it at any time, then it's not true slavery, right? But let's say for all intents and purposes, that's the results that we were getting. Then we could like prove, you know, or support at least that slavery has good qualities to it, you know? That would be contrary to what we know about slavery, but that's how that would work. You know what I mean? But since the contrary exists, where we have like really bad mental health outcomes and physical health outcomes. Are you guys getting what I'm saying? I'm sorry. I feel like that was a really weird way of saying that we're able to measure whether or not slavery is good based on those things. That's all I'm trying to say.
Ought not to exist, then you're appealing to some invisible standard that can't be measured empirically, that is used to judge potentials like slavery or not slavery, and saying that one should be willed and that the other should be opposed. One of those potentials, that is not slavery, should be instantiated by our will, and the other should be left on the shelf of mere potentials. And to make such statements, you have to offer evidence of a metaphysical and a theological nature, because there is no physical evidence available to you. Which is why
this is nerd shit, man. Like, no, you don't. Slavery's wrong. Done. Period. End of story. Slavery is wrong. I answered the question. Yes, slavery is wrong. Yes. That's the answer.
Wonder that slavery, which virtually disappeared in Christendom in the Middle Ages, started to resurge in Western civilization at exactly the time when secularism started to gain momentum and influence. That is the modern era. The slave trade that we tend
okay, if that's even true, it's purely a coincidence. You cannot argue that secularism is what caused slavery, because people were using Christianity and Bible passages to justify slavery back in the day. Okay? So even if what you're saying is true, that is a pure coincidence, which is not true. I'm pretty sure that's not true at all. I think you're just bullshitting. Yeah, rewriting history. Yeah, it's secularism that caused us to do slavery. Totally, man. Totally.
Tend to think of and universally condemn really only got going during the scientific, secular, and Enlightenment era. In the ancient world, slavery abounded everywhere. The Roman Empire was built on the backs of slaves. And then in the Middle Ages,
and it was shitty back then.
It went into severe decline. And in certain places where Christianity was dominant and the church was most...
Hold on, that sounds like a bold claim to me. I'm pretty sure in the Middle Ages, slavery was doing... The slave industry was doing just fine.
Influential. It virtually disappeared.
And also, very bold of you to say that the Middle Ages was at all good. That's when the Black Plague happened, man. All right? Europe lost 1/3 of its fucking population. 1/3 of its population from the fucking Black Plague because they didn't know how to take showers. Okay? And they were all religious. I'm just saying. Like, the vast majority of them were religious.
But then for some reason, around the time of humanism, and then the Renaissance, and then the Enlightenment, it came back. It was exactly at this time when we
went to no, slavery never went anywhere. Slavery never went anywhere. It still exists today, and in fact in greater numbers. Okay? There are more people, I don't know about per capita, but I'm pretty sure this is a fact. There are more people enslaved today than there were during the slave days in America, when it was like, chattel slavery, what we think of as slavery when we say that word. Okay? Slavery never went anywhere. It still exists even today. You just don't see it.
We stopped measuring the human soul as an essential ingredient in a person's humanity and reduced that inquiry about what a human being is
Measuring
to only
a
what can be
person's soul.
physically measured, only what the sciences can tell us. And when they did that, they found that human beings are far from being equal. Some are bigger, some are stronger, some are smarter, some are more beautiful.
Okay, we know all that, but when we say that all humans are created equally, what we mean is that or at least we ought to have an equal amount of freedom, right? An equal amount of liberty to do what we want. Like, this is a weird, like, I'm being as charitable as I possibly can, but you did just say that humans are not created equal, which is kind of fucking weird, man. It's a weird thing to say.
Some are more agreeable and more capable than others. Combine this with theories about natural selection and survival of the fittest, and you have the perfect recipe to say some people should dominate others and some people should be utterly subservient to others. It is only when we account for the human soul, a thing more precious than the entire known universe, that we can then say that all men are equal, for they all...
Okay, here's another thing though. If you're a slave owner, you're not a happy person, generally speaking. Like, slave owners were generally not very happy people. They're like, I can't speak for them, obviously. They're all pieces of shit. I don't care about their happiness, but they were constantly under the impression that if like a slave escaped or got into their house when they weren't supposed to, or they were always worried about the things that their slaves would be doing, the things that their slaves are capable of, because they knew that their slaves, they knew deep down, if they didn't admit it, that their slaves did not like being slaves. Okay? And when you're treating other people poorly like that, then you're going to have that stress because you're going to be worried they're going to retaliate. So even just on a basic level of, is this good for me? No, it sure as fuck isn't. Because if those slaves revolt, your ass is grass, okay? You're done. And they knew that. They knew that perfectly well. And they lived with that stress. Slavery does not benefit anybody at the end of the day. It really does not. And that's why that's one of the reasons why it's bad. It's not the main reason. The main reason is because it's taking people's freedom away, okay? But even on a basic level of, does this benefit anybody? No, it doesn't. It really does not.
All carry the dignity of the divine image.
So we can even societally say
soul.
Reasonably.
And this is why
it
is an injustice to place a thing greater than the whole universe in service of cultivating the small contingent goods of that universe for another person.
What?
Hey, thanks for watching.
I didn't understand that last part, but yeah, that was really stupid. To answer the question, yes, slavery is bad. Slavery is bad. There you go. I answered the question. I felt like I was waffling a little bit during that video too. It's fine. I didn't come here to sound smart. I came here to have a good time, and I am. Kind of want to watch another video from him. I want to see his No Such Thing as Gay Priests. Poland wasn't affected nearly as badly by the Black Plague. I wonder if they were secular. He was unintelligible half the time anyway? Good, I'm glad you guys think so. They use the big words to sound smart. And then they just... Like, here's the thing. If you use big words to sound smart and you're not actually communicating your ideas effectively, you are not a smart person. You just try to sound smart. Okay? Only dumb people try to sound smart like that. You're overcompensating. There we go. That's better. I'm a little orange now. Hold on. Turn me orange. The lights turned me orange, folks. It turned me orange. That's a little better. Little Trump. I love that little Trump animation. You guys want to see it? I'm Orange Man. I'm the Orange Man. I love this. Oh wait, no, this isn't it. Hold on. This is the one. No, wait, this isn't it either. Hold on. It's by this guy. Yeah, here we go.
Look what I pulled out of my toilet. Hello, little Trump. You're gonna be a good assistant.
This is from when they were doing AI art. Very funny video.
Hello, Big Trump. I can't wait to deport all the illegals.
He basically just gets a mini-me.
There he sits with a pin and a yellow pad.
North of the sun. Okay.
What a handsome lad. That's my boy.
He took my finger. Give that back, you little rascal.
RLFQ spells mom and dad.
I ate a big pile of black spiders and bugs.
Cause that's my boy.
Very
You
interesting.
don't have your TV and your nightclubs.
My finger transplant was a
You can
success.
have your drive-in picture show.
Hello, Gandalf. I'm gonna do your
I'll
style.
stay here.
Hello,
with my
gang.
little
I'm gonna do
man
your
there.
style.
Listen to the radio. White Mike tying and watching Sky.
I tripped and this happened.
What's that you say?
I love animations like that. They're great. That was Oni Plays, for those who don't know. The sign said Tump. Yeah, because in the AI generations, it said Tump too. Tump org is what it said. Tump org. The original video series was a riot. I love that series. They were not secular. Thank you. He's saying slavery started when secularism started. No, I understood that part of the argument. It was just like stupid. Because I don't think that's true. Even I know that's not true. Secularism has always kind of been a thing. There have always been skeptics toying around with like, you know, what if this thing is wrong? What if that thing's wrong? What if, like, skepticism is great. And it's pervaded all of human history. And the people who have questioned the reality of God and the reality of existence, are the ones who drive us forward. Those are the ones who you know, push progress. Because if you just assign every question you can't answer to God did it, you're not going to make any progress. It's like, okay, why did the fire go out? I don't know, man. Just God did it. God did it. You know, for some reason, every time that I pour this bucket of water on it, it goes out. For some reason, that happens every time. I can't understand. I can't explain it. But I do know one thing. The fire went out because God did it. That's why. And it makes you lazy. It makes you a lazy thinker. You don't think about the actual reason things happen. You know, you don't make correlations. You don't draw rational conclusions. If you're dumping water on your fire and you don't understand why the fire, like you don't actually question why the fire goes out when you dump water on it, and you never make that neuronal connection, you're just going to keep dumping water on your fire when you shouldn't. You're not going to progress. Okay, you're going to stay caveman brain forever. You know, you have to question shit. You have to like try to understand things and make neural connections. You can know Joe or just Joe. That's my bowels. Yeah. I love you can know Joe. God is happy that you watered the fire. Yeah. So he rewards you by putting it out. Yeah, if you want to take it a step further, it's like, okay, why does the fire go out when I pour water on it? I know that it does, but why? You know? And you can say, well, it makes God happy when you pour water on the fire, and so he puts it out for you. Or like, if you want to be even more like official about it, it's like, well, you see, when Poseidon was fighting with Prometheus this one time, the water made contact with the fire and the water, like, you can make all kinds of explanations for it. But if you don't, like, if you just make shit up, you're never going to learn anything. Water suffocates fire because it deprives fire of oxygen. That's why water puts out fire, because you need oxygen to burn stuff. And when you know that, you can do a hell of a lot with that information. Again, that's how society progresses. We question things. We skepticize, right? Is skepticize a word? I don't know. I'm drinking the dumb juice today. Because the baby Jesus. Jesus! Skepticism sort of scares me nowadays because, like, I've gotten answers from my gods already. But for all I know, it could be placebo. It could be a coincidence. I think that every religious person or spiritual person needs to be able to say, yeah, my beliefs might not be the correct ones. You know, I think you need to be able to say that. If you can say that, that's fine. You know, like I had an argument with somebody once who truly believed that Jesus performed the miracles and was trying to say that, like, no, we definitely have like evidence that it happened and it happened for sure. And I know that it happened, et cetera, et cetera. But then I was like, okay, can you at least accept that you could be wrong? You know, like we could be wrong about gravity. We don't know. We just don't have the evidence to conclusively say, yeah, we're wrong about gravity. All the evidence lines up with saying, yeah, gravity exists. It's a thing. We roughly know how it works or still learning, but gravity definitely exists and affects all of us. And until we have evidence that proves otherwise, we're just going to run with that theory. Which is why you should not put liquid oxygen on your fire. Yeah, and if you, that's another thing. Let's say that like you had access to liquid oxygen, right? Which, you know, oxygen exists as a gas. If you want it as a liquid, you have to like hypercondense it. Etc. Point is, you have liquid oxygen. Just say you have it. And you know that water puts out fire, and all you have is liquid oxygen on you for some reason. If you try to pour liquid oxygen on the fire because you think that, you know, it's like water, right? And the fire blows you up, now you're dead. Because you didn't know why the water, like, you didn't know that that would make the fire combust. What question can't atheists answer? We just went over it. It was, is slavery wrong? That's the question we apparently can answer. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, and then I want to watch his Are Gay Priests a Thing video. Because this seems like a fun little rabbit hole to go down. I'll be right back.
That's the lyrics. Cool. Those are great lyrics.
Okay, I'm back. When the Westside Tyler bros came in, I should have shielded my products. It actually isn't available yet, but it will be soon. What is available on my store is keychains. You can get keychains now. Gunter keychains, hand crocheted by yours truly. Hand crocheted by yours truly. You can get them on the shop now. You go to etsy.com/shop/Gunter Grabs. GUNTERGRABS. Gunter Grabs, all one word. Pretty sick, right? You can get yours today, only $15. Might be a little expensive. I might drop the price a little bit. But $15 for right now. They're really fun to make. I also really like making the coasters. They look so nice. Like a little Dorito. Yeah, exclamation Etsy in the chat. Unless you're on YouTube, then you can find the link in my description. All right, more juice. It's Amir from PV. Hello, Amir. Welcome. How you doing? Sorry, I'm really bad at names. Amir. Oh, I think you were the one. I'm so sorry. I'm really bad at names, so you'll have to tell me our interaction. I would likely remember the interaction. But welcome in. It's nice to have you. All right, you guys are here for the juice. More juice. More juice. I got news all lefties need to cover. Okay, we're going to hold on the juice for just a second, Slashy. I'm going to give you a chance here. Hold the juice. Copy current address. Let's see what we got. Oh, that is not what I wanted. Flashy has breaking news. Interesting. I mean, I'm not surprised. Yeah, we can make this a segment real quick. I think this is important. Court documents in the reply. It's not going to matter. How do I know this is legit? Storage.courtlistener.com. I don't know how, like, I don't know. Should I make a segment on this? It's, apparently Trump forced a 12-year-old, sorry, content warning for those who don't want to, you know, for those who don't want to hear sexual abuse acts on minors. But, allegedly? Yeah, allegedly. But apparently Trump forced 12-year-olds to perform sex acts for him. Which, I mean, that's not surprising at all to me. You know what? Yeah, we'll make a segment on it real quick. So I'll just link something from a chatter. I just wanted to go over it real quick. I'm not going to spend super long on it. But in light of everything that's going on with the election cycle with Donald Trump and Joe Biden, I feel it's fitting to remind everybody what a piece of shit Donald Trump actually is. And that he was likely on Epstein's flight logs, that he likely had sex with minors, things like that. So this is your content warning. Sexual assault on child sexual assault incoming. If you're watching on YouTube, the stream, whatever, you're going to want to either click away from this or just bear through it. Apparently, Trump forced 12-year-olds to perform lesbian sex acts for him. Seems important. I agree. So the court doc. So this is the full document right here. Let's just look over what we got highlighted right here. Let me scooch this over. There we go. Okay, so it says, on the third occasion involving the defendant, Donald J. Trump, the plaintiff, Katie Johnson, was forced to engage in an unnatural lesbian sex act with her fellow minor and sex slave, Maria Doe, age 12, for the sexual enjoyment of defendant Trump. After the sex act, both minors were forced to orally copulate defendant Trump by placing their mouths simultaneously on his erect penis until he achieved sexual orgasm. After zipping up his pants, defendant Trump physically pushed both minors away while angrily berating them for the, quote, poor quality of their sexual performance. On the fourth and final sexual encounter with the defendant Donald J. Trump, the plaintiff, Katie Johnson, was tied to a bed by defendant Trump, who then proceeded to forcibly, you know what, plaintiff Johnson. I think I've heard enough. That is disgusting. That's abhorrent. That is absolutely sickening. I'm like ready to fucking retch, dude. So, we got the full doc here. Apparently did not wear a condom. That's cool. Not that it fucking matters when you're doing shit with 12-year-olds. It's like... This country's so fucked, man. It's so fucked. I swear to God. I didn't even want to really cover this, but I just felt like it was important to remind everybody that this man is currently running for president, and I don't want him to be president. So, yeah. Please remember to vote. I'm using your ball as a stress toy. I'm the guy who talked to you after the canvassing. Oh. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, welcome in. I'm glad to have you here. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. What? I honestly don't know if I'm going to upload that or not. I just, like, it's so gross. Like, I already know that Trump's a piece of shit. Thank you for sharing, though. All right. Time for the real juice. I got myself into a discussion about slavery and my religion with a friend of mine. Oh, nice. All right, time for the real juice. I want to get back to fun stuff. That was a little, you know, disgusting detour. Let's talk about gay priests and apparently how they're not a thing, according to this guy named Brian Holdsworth, whose video we just watched about a question that atheists cannot answer, that I felt I answered pretty easily. The question was, is slavery wrong? And I answered yes. Yes, it is wrong. So, yeah, I just felt like that was too easy. I'm going to take a look at why he thinks gay priests are not a thing. Because it says in the thumbnail, like the title is a question, but in the thumbnail it says no such thing as gay priests. So I want to take a look. Now, I personally believe, I don't really care what your religious belief is regarding like priesthood and whatever. If you don't think that any person, regardless of their sexuality or their gender or anything like that, can be a priest, just like based on like things they can't control about themselves, I'm sorry, but you're stupid, and that's a stupid thing to believe. Just real quick, Dubsy, cut this out. Here's an article from Snopes about it. You know what? I didn't do it. I won't look at that. Dubsy, just cut this out.
The question of gay priests and gay seminarians has been much in the spotlight lately, especially with comments made by Pope Francis, which I won't be repeating here. And so the media wants to know...
the comment?
Especially with comments
Pope Francis
made by
can't
Pope
stop
Francis,
saying gay slurs.
I won't be repeating here.
Oh boy.
And so the media wants to know, is the Catholic Church going to be more accepting of gay priests and seminarians soon, as if this is an inevitable development in the slow march of progress that not even the Catholic Church is immune to. And the more speculation and editorializing I read and hear about gay priests, not to mention the chattering and debating about it in Catholic online circles.
Yeah,
it highlights for me
cares?
how confused our understanding and language is
Hello,
on this
Squilliam.
topic, especially with respect to the word gay as a description of identity.
This fit's not much better than his other one. I don't like the sweater vest look. Is it a sweater vest or just a vest? I think it's just a vest. I don't like the vest look.
Because while homosexual activity isn't something new,
I don't think
the
it's
way we
as bad,
think
but I
about
don't like
is
it.
extremely novel compared to other times and places. And most modern people, from what I can tell, will just assume, well, that's a good thing, because surely we've become...
It's probably not as novel as you think it is. It just is because people were closeted gay and became priests and whatever. Probably partly because that was an easy reason to explain why you're not married to a woman. You know, like it was an easy out. I'm not saying that made it good for them, but I mean, priests have been gay for as long as there have been priests. I'm sorry, that's just a fact.
Much more accepting and welcoming. But I imagine people operating under those kinds of assumptions about history would be surprised to find that homosexual activity, especially between men among respectable people, was not uncommon in the ancient Greco-Roman world. It was actually super common for someone to have a respectable career, a wife and children, but also willing to go down to the gymnasium with his friends, get naked, work out together, and then accidentally escalate things into something else. Or they might go to a dinner party and talk philosophy among respectable people.
Brother, that was no accident. That was totally on purpose.
A little intoxicated.
I guarantee
And then
you.
the next thing you know, there's something like a homosexual orgy going on. This wasn't out of the ordinary, at least according to
Whoops,
a lot
I slipped
of the
into an
literature.
orgy. My
it's the
bad.
kind of thing that might feature in a Socratic dialogue. But if you or I could go back in time and witness such a party firsthand, like the one depicted in Plato's Symposium, in which a group of respectable statesmen, aristocrats, and philosophers get a little drunk and decide to start debating the meaning of love. And one orator insists that love is best portrayed by the relationship of an older man with a younger adolescent, maybe teenage boy, in which the older man can provide mentorship.
Not one of the more, definitely one of the more cringe moments of history. Just gonna say.
Money and society connections, while the adolescent can offer his beauty through sexual favors. Meanwhile, another laments with great passion his unrequited love for Socrates and his many attempts to seduce the latter, only to be ignored or tricked into engaging in philosophical...
Also, I don't know to what extent it was like normalized to have that going on back then. Apparently it was pretty normalized, but I'd like to think it was not. You know, can I just pretend it was not okay to do that? I don't know. It just icks me out.
Dialogue instead. And if you were a person aligned with 20th or 21st century sensibilities, and you were able to witness such a gathering, you might say to the partygoers, "Oh, I see, you're gay." To which they would be like, "What does that mean?" And you might say, "Well, it's your sexual orientation that defines your social identity. It means that you are oriented to want to have sexual relationships."
Yeah, they didn't really like have a word for gay back then, I don't think. Which is based, if you ask me, honestly.
With members of the same
sex. Like the concept was not the same.
Or perhaps even be in a monogamous romantic arrangement with another man. At which point they'd be like, "Whoa, take it easy. What are you talking about? I'm married to a woman. I have children and a family with a woman. But I like to have fun with my male companions from time to time." But that isn't some fatal orientation or identity. To them, that would be like showing up at a dinner party in which there were some slightly tipsy people and then saying, "Oh, I see, you're all alcoholics." To which they would be like, I like to partake from time to time, but take it easy with the labels. You know, you're just being rude at this point." Because in the ancient world, they understood that a human being cannot and should not be reduced.
Is the guy saying he would also make this kind of mistake if he's not careful? I'm not sure what he's saying yet. I mean, I don't heavily disagree with anything he said so far, right? I think it's been fine. Although I'm not sure exactly how normal it was to have like underage relationships back then. I really don't know. Because I'm just not historically read up. I would hope that it was not common, but I mean, what can you do? I don't know.
To their mere appetites, and that to assume your social identity and sense of belonging and social status based on your mere appetites is kind of
God's okay with a little gay sex, just a little bit,
degrading and dehumanizing. They would have understood that a human being can and should choose their behavior rather than merely succumb to their appetites to the point of being defined by.
Are we moving toward, like, this feels like, and I could be wrong, but it feels like it's moving toward a, what is it called? I can't think of the word right now. It feels like it's about to say that pride is wrong, is basically what I'm trying to say. Like gay pride is wrong. You know, because like we've defined ourselves by our sexual orientation, this, that, and the other. When in reality, and I've talked about this before, people define themselves by their sexual identity so much because it is apparently a problem to some people. And so when it's a problem, you get pushback from that. And you say, I'm a proud gay man. I don't care what you think, right? I'm not personally gay myself. I consider myself bisexual. But if I were gay and I was being told by society that it's wrong, then I'd push back and I'd say, no, it's not wrong. I'm not hurting anybody. I'm in mutual relationships with other men as a man. I'm a gay man. And I'm making that part of my identity to make you understand that it's not wrong. I'm just normal. If you didn't have people thinking that being gay was wrong, you wouldn't have people who are gay needing to push back and say, no, it's not wrong. It just makes sense to me. Hello, Lefty Jenna.
By them. They might think that if the mood was right and they had no moral misgivings about something, well, sure, I'm going to indulge in this thing
Okay, mods, true.
But just because I did on occasion, it doesn't mean that I need to be labeled by that indiscretion and adopt some socio-political identity.
So wait, this sounds like he's saying that he's had gay sex before, but he's not gay. That's kind of what it sounds like to me. Like, I don't know if that's where he's going with it, but that is exactly what he sounds like he's headed toward.
Based on it. I've tried to argue elsewhere what the ancient and medieval world would have thought of our sensibilities on this using this analogy. So imagine a man standing on a beach shore who notices someone struggling in the water and in need of help. And he's immediately aware of two competing desires within him. One is
giving
to
insecurity.
Be courageous and rescue the person in danger. The other is for self-preservation and safety. And ultimately, he decides to risk his own life to rescue the endangered person. Okay. Now, let me ask you this question, because he had a desire to avoid danger and remain where it was safe. Should we consider...
By the way, this is a tangent, but if you see somebody like... If you... Okay, so it's one thing if somebody literally cannot swim, right? But if somebody's trapped in like a current, don't dive in to get them. Don't do it. Not unless you have safety equipment with you. I'm just saying.
Consider him and even identify him as a coward. Should he think of himself and consider himself a coward because he had this strong desire to avoid danger? Should he internalize this identity and frame every future decision through this lens?
Let's put it this way. Only rescue people that you believe yourself capable of rescuing while also remaining alive yourself. After a thorough assessment of the situation.
Because it isn't our desires, emotions, or our appetites that should define us. It's what we do with them. You and I are not the sum of our appetites because that's, again, just it's so degrading. We are the sum of our choices and our appetites.
But gayness isn't necessarily an appetite. Like, the fact that you have to describe it as an appetite, that's, like, gross to me. It's just a state of being. It's just a preference. It's just a sexual preference. That's all it is.
Actions. The modern world says because you have certain feelings or cravings, not only should you refuse to govern them or resist them, because that wouldn't be true to yourself, but you should even go as far as to identify yourself by those feelings. A person might have...
Yeah, I knew it. See, I called it. Like I said, identifying yourself as a gay man, a proud gay man, only is a thing because people like you, assholes like you, homophobic assholes, push back and say, well, no, you actually can't be gay. You're not allowed. Okay? I am allowed to be gay if I want. I can go fuck another dude in the butt if I want. Okay?
I wonder what the ancient cultures would have thought. Ancient Greece and Rome have entered the chat.
Hello, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I appreciate you very much, Sagi Tanuki. And earlier, somebody subscribed and I forgot to thank them too. Thank you very much, whoever that was. It was like at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, Plague Mercury, proud gay man. And so, like, governing those thoughts, right, in his mind means you simply ignore your urge to date other men if you're a man, right? Like, or like you suppress it. You suppress those feelings when there's really no reason to. There's no reason to do that, okay? You don't have to do that. But he's telling you that you have to because it's bad for some reason. And that's why people define themselves as being gay. That's why there's a pushback in this capacity.
Strong feelings tempting them to seek out a liaison with members of the same sex. But they might also want to have a wife and a family.
Yeah, Sake Tanuki, aka Leftist Atlas, has entered the chat.
Someday, and knowing that the more he indulges in same-sex activity, the more he will want it, because that's how our appetites work.
Not necessarily.
So he resolves to encourage.
Actually, like, over time, like, I've wanted sex less and less, as it turns out. Like, I don't know, like, I still want it now and then, and I get, like, you know, like, oh, really strong urges sometimes. But I've just noticed that as I'm getting older, like, and this isn't going to be for everybody, but as I personally age, I feel myself kind of going away from, like, wanting sex all the time. You know, like, I have other hobbies and interests. I have crocheting. I have streaming. I have work to do. I have, you know, there's just so much else to do. I have One Piece to watch. So, like, I feel like that's a little bit fallacious to say that the more that you partake in something, the more that you want it. You know? Yeah, less horned up.
His desires for
Purge the white names?
Procreative sexuality and avoid the rather immediate and short-term satisfaction of his homosexual.
Not purge, upgrade the white names.
Sexual passions. So in all of that context, I tend to agree.
Right, but people who are straight also do the same thing, just with people who are of the opposite sex. But you don't think that's as bad for some reason, which is stupid.
With the ancients, to insist on identifying someone as gay because they have certain desires, even desires that they act on sometimes, I think that significantly dehumanizes a person. And yes, I'll admit there are a lot of Catholic priests for whom this is a temptation. I'm not going to get into why that is or what the church should be doing about it, but yes, it's a reality and a problem in the Catholic Church. But to speak of...
I love it when, like, you're part of the fucking problem, and then you're going around saying, well, you're hurting yourself by identifying as gay, man. You're just identifying yourself as your sexual interest, and that's degrading and humiliating. It's like, you're the one who degraded and humiliated gay people for centuries, man. Like, your religious institution did this, okay? You played yourself. You played yourself. And now that it's more acceptable to be gay in broader society, you feel like you have to push back harder and force gay people to suppress themselves. And also, we haven't gotten to gay priests at all yet, so I guess we're getting to that now.
Such priests as gay priests is just wrong. Because if they made vows of chastity and meant to keep them, then that's what should define them, not their temptations. A person committed to chastity is someone for whom...
It's not a temptation, it's a preference. If you are a man and you prefer to engage in relationships with other men, that makes you gay. It doesn't matter if you're a priest, it doesn't matter if you stay chaste, it doesn't matter. It is a descriptor of your sexual and romantic preferences. That's what it means when we say gay. Okay, sexual and romantic preference for somebody of the same sex or gender as you. Okay, that's what gay means. So you can be a gay priest in that capacity. Just like you can be a priest with blue eyes, you know? Or a priest that likes pizza. You know? Even if you take a vow to never eat pizza again because it's an indulgence, you know? Which you could do, by the way. And just as justifiably as saying, well, I'm not going to have sex because it's an indulgence, whatever. Like, you could just as easily say, I'm not going to eat pizza because that's an indulgence, right? You can still be a priest that likes pizza. Like, you can still like pizza and not eat it. So you can be a gay priest and not have gay sex.
Their sexual temptations should be the last thing to use.
That'd make you a gay priest.
To slap a label on them. It would be like looking at someone who is tempted to overindulge in junk food or just food in general, but commits themselves to a healthy diet and largely manages to do so. And then...
I would argue, by the way, that would make priests asexual by his definition. So, based.
And calling them like an in-the-closet glutton who needs to embrace their identity. Like, that's your identity whether you succumb to it or not, that on the face of it is utterly ridiculous. And even if such glutton largely manage to indulge in junk food or just food in general, but commits themselves to a healthy diet and largely manages to do so, and then calling them like an in-the-closet glutton.
I would call that somebody who likes junk food. There's still somebody who likes junk food unless their preferences change during the diet, which can happen. But there's still somebody who likes junk food. You know? More than likely. So in that capacity, it's exactly the same as saying you're a gay priest. It's a preference.
Who needs to embrace their identity. Like, that's your identity whether you succumb to it or not. That on the face of it is utterly ridiculous.
I mean, kind of.
Even if such priests...
Kind of, yeah. Like, I like junk food. I like candy, guys. I love candy. I have a huge sweet tooth. But when I'm trying to lose weight, I don't eat it. Okay? That doesn't mean that liking candy defines me as a person, but what it does mean is that it's part of what defines me as a person. I like candy. That's part of who I am. That's a preference that I have. Just like I'm bisexual. Okay? I like mostly girls. All right? And sometimes I like a guy here and there, if they look like girls. This is my main preference.
Out of weakness, break their vows of chastity, still doesn't mean that they are gay priests. It means that they are a sinner who needs to make amends in order to succeed in their promises and in their commitment.
But why specifically gay? Because priests are supposed to be chaste in general. Chaste? Is it chaste or chaste? One or the other. I think chaste. They're supposed to be chaste, okay? Or is it chaste? I don't know.
Chaste.
Chaste. Okay. Chaste. You're supposed to be chaste.
Now,
so but my point is, you could just as easily say that straight sex is sinning, but they don't say that. They hyperfixate on the gay part because they're bigots.
Of course, some priests who break their vows because they don't intend to keep them. And in those cases, it would be better to call them frauds than gay priests. They aren't priests who happen to be gay.
But then you're also a fraud if you have straight sex as a priest, because you're supposed to be chaste. Both directions. Any direction. Doesn't matter. You're not supposed to have sex. So the fact that you bring gayness into it just speaks to your bigotry.
They are imposters posing as something they have no intentions to be. And that's a whole other kind of very serious and scary.
I would also just wonder why that's so serious and scary. It's like, what's so scary about a priest who would prefer, like, it doesn't impact your ability at all to like preach the Bible to me. You know, you can just as easily preach and interpret the Bible insofar as you interpret it, right? And speak about it in front of everybody on a big podium, right? While little Timmy, 6-year-old Timmy, is eating his Cheerios because you're hanging out in the baby room because you got like 5 kids with you because you're Catholic, and little Timmy's eating his Cheerios while you know, Susan is on her phone, and you got to tell her to like, yay, put the phone down. But you know, she's 14, so like she's gonna do what she wants, and she won't listen to you as a parent. You know, and then you got like the baby crying, and you have like people staring at you because the baby's crying, you know, and it's church and it's supposed to be quiet. And church just sucks. Church is like the worst place to be. I fucking despise church in every capacity. And I don't care if my priest is gay. Okay? It's the last thing I'm thinking about at church. So why do you give a fuck? I'm just saying.
Problem. And the only other reason I can think of why we might want to embrace this language of gay priests would be if this was some kind of a title rather than a description, which of course is absurd on the face of it. Although something like it does seem to be common in a lot of mainline Protestant sects. So unless we want that kind of fiasco on our hands,
what
it should be fairly
fiasco?
Obvious that we will want to avoid
people having consensual sex?
Their lexicon. Can I ask you to stick around for one extra minute? Because if you enjoyed that, well, first of all, thanks for watching. But now I could really benefit from your help, which you can do in a couple of ways. You can check out my sponsor, Real Estate for...
No, thanks. I'm good. Yeah, just as dumb as the last video. He's fun, though. Might dive down the rabbit hole with this guy. He's got some fun ones to react to, so... I've been looking for a new punching bag. Should be fun. All right, well that was decent. I feel like I'm not on top of my game today, guys. Sorry. I'm doing my best. I just really wanted to stream, and like I also wasn't entirely sure if I wanted to stream, but I did anyway. So here I am. Chastity's silly. Chastity is silly, unless you're into it. Which it's still silly even if you're into it, but you probably like it when I call you a silly little, you know, if you're into chastity, you probably like it when I call you silly, you know? You're so silly for liking chastity. Such a silly thing. What is this, TikTok?
Everybody got an epic I quit story to tell. I mean, a lot of us kind of...
Ah, self-shilling oxpecker. I see how it is. Fine.
Everybody got an epic I quit story to tell. I mean, a lot of us kind of fantasize about epically quitting our job that we hate. There is a portion of people who hate the job that they have, but they need that.
Oh, that is a grating noise in the back, I must say.
That job, and then they get fired from it.
Most
the
kinks
job
are
that you
silly.
hate is finally decided. We're through with you. You can fuck off now.
Ooh, very nice. What kind of, what are they, gloves? Fishnet gloves? Very nice, very pretty.
You can fuck off now. If you ever do that to an employee, you might want to escort them off of the premises, depending on what kind of establishment you run. This lady was a warehouse worker in Spain, was fired from her job at a brewery. Its main purpose was the distribution of wine. Yeah, so, because this arrogant employer thought, yeah, I'm done with them, so they're just gonna go. They're just gonna go and they're not gonna bother me anymore. Why would they give me any trouble after I've taken away their source of income? Found somebody more useful so they could just go. I expect them to do that. And in a sense, she did. But on her way out, whatever must have been going through her head, possibly a lot of wine, something lit the fuck it fuse, and she concluded, you know what? It's not like I got anything else to do today. My schedule's pretty open now. I'll take the jail time for one-upping the founding fathers real quick. So she used what expertise that she had acquired from her line of work to spill 60,000 liters of wine all over the goddamn warehouse and cost the company $2.7 million in losses. She's in jail now, but fuck, that's cool. It had to feel good in the moment. Like, that had to be fun.
Jesus Christ, lady. That's a commitment to the bit right there. Thanks for sharing. Those arm fishnets in red aren't working? I don't know. I thought they were fine. Wear whatever you want.
Wait, if you ever do that to an employee...
Maybe with like, I think it matches the headpiece, but I'm not entirely sure about the rest of the outfit. It might look better. I think it would look better on something with short sleeves. I think that's what it is. If you had like a tank top on, those things would look really good with the hat. Or the bandana or whatever it is. You're good, Alec. Thank you, Queen Laura. I'm always caught between, am I being too hard on myself? Because I go back and watch this, watch myself sometimes, and I'm like, oh, it was pretty good. That was fine. I'm too hard on myself. But like, I want to make sure that I'm entertaining you guys. All right, I'm going to take another quick pee break, and then I will be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, I got one more video, and then I'm not sure if I'm going to end or if I'm going to try to do the Snorlax thing. For those who don't know, I got Snorlax in the back here. You can kind of see him over, if I scooch this, behind the text. And I'm almost done with him, but I still got to put claws on his hands and then one foot. So I might finish that. Not sure yet. Depending on how I'm feeling. Very little work that I have to do, but it's kind of tedious, and so like I just don't want to. I keep putting it off. I like the crocheting process. I don't like I do kind of like adding the touches, but not as much as the crocheting process. All right. Let's do this. There you are. Which video did I react to from Metatron? I forget. Oh, he uploads a lot of shit. That's the one. So we have a video from content suggestions. If you would like to suggest content, you can join the Discord, which is found in the YouTube description below. Or you can come to chat and just drop a link here. But this is from the Discord. So we're going to go over a guy who is named, a video from a guy who is named Metatron. And we've gone over one of his videos before. Specifically, this video is controversial. Click at your own risk. Where he basically just fascist posts the whole time. Like he was never explicitly doing fascism, but he was teetering on it, if I recall correctly. So I felt pretty justified in calling him a fascist. But he's got another video that somebody recommended. It is called Anti-White Content. It's called Reacting to Anti-White TikToks. Why is this tolerated? So, yeah, I would like to take a look at what's going on here. Now, as far as being anti-white, I'm in favor of it. Because whiteness as a concept, as a construct, is, I remember this guy. Is that how he fell down hard? Yeah, you know, same story. Same story as a lot of people. But as far as being anti-white as a construct, like obviously that we recognize people as white now. And so if you say that like, yeah, I'm racist against white people, what you're implying is that anybody who has a specific tone of skin or is from a certain demographic is somebody that you don't like on the face of it. That's not okay. All right. Now, if you're saying I'm anti-white as in I don't like the concept of whiteness, okay, because it's a social construct that is completely based on exclusivity from the in-group, right? That's how we get like throughout history, we've had different groups of people who qualify as white or don't qualify as white. As long as there is an out group to distinguish from whiteness, that's the point of whiteness, right? Is that there's an out group that we can distinguish white people, quote unquote, from. So if you're talking about that construct, I agree. I think that being anti-white is a good thing. It's based, it's pog, it's whatever. So we'll just see how these TikToks go. I might think that the TikToks are cringe along with Metatron. I might think that they're fine. But like I said, ultimately, I just don't care that much if people are like, oh, I hate white people. I don't care. It doesn't affect me in like any kind of meaningful way. There's no systemic racism against people who are white. It just doesn't matter that much. So let's take a look at what's going on. Dude looks like a dweeb. A little bit.
On this video, I'm going to address a current societal phenomenon which seems to have bled into the social media cyberspace we inhabit. As such, being a content creator, I feel...
It's not like a societal phenomenon to like be anti-white. Like that's not real. You know what I mean? Like that's not a real driving force right now. Anti-whiteness. It's just not. And if you think that it is, you're probably just a Nazi, honestly.
Compelled to address this issue with the gravity it deserves. While unequivocally denouncing all manifestations of racial prejudice across the demographic spectrum, this discourse will focus specifically on the sole form of discriminatory sentiment that appears to enjoy a high degree of societal tolerance online, namely anti-white sentiment. Regardless of backlash or allegations of ideological proximity to extremist factions I may receive due to possible topic overlap, I refuse to allow false accusations and potential repercussions to impede my pursuit of true equality, which is an essential element for our society to regulate itself. Moreover, guilt by association will not prevent me from fighting injustice. I do not hold extreme views of any form, and on this very platform I have debunked this.
You can't just say I don't hold extreme views of any form. You can't just say that, man. That's so stupid on its face. Because I hold extreme views if you ask a Republican. Because I want free healthcare. Free healthcare to a Republican is an extreme view. Okay? I don't think it's extreme. I don't personally think any of my views are extreme because it's subjective. But you're claiming that you don't have any. I'm highly skeptical about that.
Historical nonsense across the full political continuum, which is why people of all political persuasions are welcome here.
He talks like an adult Stewie.
Know that. Fighting the injustice that is societally accepted is the true bravery. If you speak against racism towards people of color and minorities, as you should, but are too afraid to speak against anti-white content because you don't want backlash, you are kneeling to the mob and you are known.
I'm sorry, people are not afraid to speak against anti-white content. It happens all the time. People bitch and moan about it. People are not being quiet about it, okay? The only reason people like you think that people are being quiet about it is because people who are actually upset by it are actually quite small. Like, that group of people is quite small, okay? And you just happen to be a part of it, and you want to believe that there are more people like you who are just not speaking up. And that's not the case. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. Nobody cares except for you and your buddies. Okay? And nobody likes you, so we just don't care.
No hero. True moral fortitude necessitates the confrontation of all forms of injustice, not merely those that engender minimal controversy. It is noteworthy that in the production of this content I initially intended to incorporate and critique racist digital media directed at various ethnic minorities too. However, given that such...
Yeah, but you know, I just thought that the most important one to address was anti-whiteness. It's really, pervasive. That's really the one I care about.
Overt display of prejudice against minorities are generally met with swift censor by the system. Unlike the more tolerated anti-white sentiment, even the mere inclusion of such content in the title would have risked the removal of this video. This disparity in treatment is in itself a matter of significant concern and proof of a mechanism of social control. It is crucial to recognize that extreme blind linguistic censorship not only stifles intellectual discourse, but also paradoxically impedes our ability to defend marginalized communities effectively. This video also stands as proof.
That's because you don't understand the concept of whiteness and why people don't like it. That's the only reason. You're not smart, man. This is the same problem as the last guy we just went over. You use big words and long run-on sentences to make yourself sound smart so that people who are really fucking stupid think that you're smart. Okay? Now, I'm really fucking stupid, but even I can see through that.
Proof to those who say that such anti-white sentiment doesn't exist. Just watch, and the gaslighting will disappear. Hence, I make this video for the sake of fighting all forms of toxicity equally for a clean and just digital ecosystem.
Yes, you see, when one person is dying of cancer and another person is totally healthy and fine, I look at both equally. And I try to say to myself, well, gee, should I treat one more than I treat the other? Like with medical care? Should I really give more medical care to the one with cancer just because they have... I mean, that's not equality. That's really fucking stupid, man. Okay? White people have had it way too good for way too fucking long. All right? I'm sorry. That's just how it is. Like, my life is great in no small part due to the fact that my skin is the color that it is. Okay? I'm not saying that, like, I didn't work for this, or, like, I'm not trying to kiss black people's feet, or whatever the fuck you think liberals do in their off time, or leftists, whatever. But, like, what I am saying is that, you know, I benefit in some ways from the color of my skin. I don't get chased down by police nearly as often. Sometimes I do when I'm speeding, you know, whatever. I was born into a well-off family for the most part. We were pretty well off for all my life because I don't have a history of my family being economically disenfranchised, and that rolls into today. So I've had a pretty good, solid life. And that's due in no small part, as I said, to my skin color. If I were born black, I wouldn't probably have had as good of a life. And that sucks. Okay, so this is not treating people equitably. This is just being a fucking dumbass and probably a white supremacist.
Sphere.
Anti-triage, yeah, exactly.
Come here. There you are.
Well, one house is on fire, but like, you know, all houses are made equal, so I will spray down the one that's not on fire first. Good job, buddy.
There we go. Wow.
That's not fair. That's not fair. He's cheating. Look at that baby. Oh, look at that baby.
Beauty. Are you white? Are you a white supremacist?
I still hate your ass.
No, you're not. You're too nice. Hey there, welcome back to my channel.
Oh yeah, cool. Just gonna, yeah. Ruin the moment, man.
Alright, let's check them out. Let's see what they have to say.
Controversial opinion, but if you have a token white and you're hanging out with your friend group of color, you need to ask permission from everybody in the group to bring your white friend. Like, don't just bring them. Ask for explicit permission from everyone. Because just because you're comfortable with them.
Right, so it needs to be an...
I mean... what do I even say to this? Like, I'm not black, so I can't... Like, I'm not a person of color, so I can't completely speak on that. But I would say, like, listen... If you want to invite somebody to your friend gathering and they think it's important to ask whether or not the person is white, I mean, that's their choice. Like, I understand it. I understand where it comes from. But the onus does kind of fall on the person to ask whether or not that particular person is white, right? Like, you guys should have that internal discussion already. There should be an understanding between friends whether or not that happens. I just feel like it's a video that doesn't really need to be made. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't want to bring... If your friend group does not want to automatically accept white people, you should already have that foundation. You know, you should discuss that.
Explicit permission, right?
I just feel like it's a little
without
silly.
Permission, don't you dare to bring white person. It's gracious.
Doesn't mean that everybody's comfortable with them. I might...
Get it, but if you're comfortable with white people while you're not white, means you're a...
Let me tell you something. White people say wild things when, like, even when they're not, like, explicitly racist. White people say some wild shit when there aren't people of color around, or minorities. Like, it really is crazy. And the same goes for, like, sexual minorities as well, and gender minorities, like transgender people. Like, if you're trans and you are, like, hanging out with your friend and your parents are there, and then, like, your trans friend leaves, your parents might be like, wow, for a transgender, they're actually really nice. Like, that shit happens all the time with minorities of all sorts. Like, literally, I had an experience, I won't say who, but we had a black person in the room with us, and after they left, these people who are white were like, wow, you know, like, what did she say exactly? She was so nice the entire time, but then, like, the black woman left, and then she's like, you know, like, she said some kind of, I don't want to, like, misrepresent this, but she said some kind of comment about black people as soon as she left, and I'm just like, oh my God, like, you can't just say that because I'm white. Yeah, they're so well spoken, some shit like that. Exactly, like, it's crazy. So, I'm sorry, but, like, white people already kind of do something like this. I don't do it.
An open-minded person. If anyone in this group is instead not, oh, they don't want to see white people, I don't want to mingle with it, it means they're racist. And if you don't want to use the word racist because technically they...
That racism, though, probably stems from issues due to white supremacy and living in a white supremacist nation, which we do. Like, we still do. Make no mistake, we still have the remnants of slavery creeping up on us all the time today. We live in a and not just slavery, but all manner of things. You know, we had, like, Japanese internment camps and shit. Like, we have a very bad track record of being racially accepting and diverse and whatever. Okay? So, usually when people are racist against people who are white, it is like, those issues stem from the issues that come from white supremacy. You know what I mean?
Dictionary, I'll talk about that on a dedicated video. But whatever, you don't want to use the word racist, okay, they're still horrible people if They are specifically excluding white people because they're white. But let's see at least if she brings up some real points.
Might not be in the mood to deal with white shenanigans.
Why? Okay, here's my question. Why the fuck do you want to hang out with people who don't want you there? You know what I mean? Like, why the fuck do you want that? I'm just saying, like, if you have a friend who's got a group, like, let's say you have a friend, like, you're white, right? And you have a friend who's black, and they have a big group of black friends, and that group of black friends doesn't want any white people in their friend group. It's like, okay, but, like, why would I even want to be part of their friend group then? I feel like I would just be, like, the entire time on edge that people just don't want me there, and yet I'm there. You know what I mean? Like, would I take personal offense to it? I don't know. I don't think about this shit. I don't think about this shit that much. I don't care.
Is that day. That's all I'm saying.
It's not a problem that comes up.
It feeds into their ego. Like, don't let them think they're a good.
That's another thing. Very rarely does this actually happen. I'm sorry. Like, this just does not happen that often.
White person.
What? Don't let them think. Oh my gosh. Okay.
A little
you
silly.
Absolute idiot. IQ level 20. Let me spell it out for you. This is the sensible take. There are bad people and there are good people in all nations, countries, and ethnicities, right? So the fact that you're saying that basically there are no good white people, if you're saying that it feeds into the ego of white people, because
I thought that part was silly.
They are good. Yeah, if a good person is a good person, you absolute. Let's continue.
Don't give them.
But it's fucking TikTok, man. I'm sorry. You're just gonna get things like that on TikTok.
That card to
this is not a cultural trend.
People. Please don't do that.
What card? What card? Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Right, next one.
Yeah,
Hi
rage
there.
baiting.
You must be new to my
It's gotta
account.
be rage bait.
I say white.
Next one.
Hey, white ladies. Deny.
Hold on. Can you say white properly?
I say white.
Next one.
Was that anti-white? I'm also irritated when people pronounce the H in white. I don't like that.
Hey, white ladies.
White.
Denying racism in your own self is violence.
Okay, so I can't basically.
What does that mean exactly? Like, it's good to, like, introspect and figure out your own personal biases. But I think that, like, I do think that there's this weird liberal idea that, like, all white people need to accept that they're racist somehow. And I'm sorry, but that makes the word racist very not meaningful to me. Like, I have heard that idea come up now and then. Again, not that big of a fucking problem, and it's really silly to sit here and bitch about it. I don't, ever. But since it came up, it's like, yeah, I think that idea is a little silly. I think it's good to introspect and, you know, because everyone thinks they're not racist. It's good to introspect and be like, okay, let's break down. Am I racist? When a black person walks out of the room, do I suddenly go, yeah, that was one of the good ones, bucko? You know, like, do you do shit like that? Because if you do, you're probably a little racist, you know? Or do you just, like, treat people as fucking people? You know? Introspect, always. But that doesn't necessarily make every white person a racist.
Basically, I just was being violent, I suppose, at the beginning of this video because I did deny. Oh, well, she's talking about ladies, I suppose. So maybe because I'm a man, it's okay. I highly doubt it. But yeah, so I was being violent.
We need to accept the system that is racist that we exist in and benefit from. Yeah, but that doesn't make me as a person racist. I don't think I'm racist. Do you think you're racist? All I'm saying is, you're probably not racist. I know for a fact that I'm not racist because I know what's in my own head, right? So I know that I'm not racist. I've introspected on this. I used to be racist. Okay, that used to be a thing. I was a conservative. You're agreeing with me? Okay, good. We're on the same page. I was a conservative and I was racist because of my parents and my upbringing. And I introspected and I changed my ways and now I'm not racist.
You hurt the entire cause.
I don't understand though. She looks.
I will be honest, I got a little excited seeing a black person IRL. I mean, where does that come from though? Like, are you yourself black? Like, or like I don't know. Like, like, excited how? Like, this is a person who, I don't know. I would introspect about that. That'd be interesting to kind of, you know, figure out what's going on in your head there.
Looks white to me. So she's white. Okay.
If only because of how mono-ethnic my country feels. Oh, okay. So like you see somebody who's of, I see. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. you can't really control all the time, like when you get like excited about something like that. That's fair.
She's white.
It's nice to see some diversity. I get what you're saying.
Racism
it comes from a good place.
Lady, but she is a white lady, so she just stated she's racist. So shouldn't she cancel?
Yeah, that's what liberals fucking do. They like they think that they themselves are like super racist, and so they think that like you gotta like kiss black people's feet or whatever. Like that's not you're not racist if like I feel like in a way that almost makes you like this sounds conservative, but I feel like in a way that almost makes you more racist than if you were just normal. You know what I mean? Like about minorities, just be normal about minorities, and usually you're gonna be fine. You know, just treat people like fucking people. We all grew up with racists, and some things we were taught may still be there deep, but is what we learned at 7 really us? I know I didn't change, but many things, I know I didn't change on many things until directly challenged on the subject. Yeah, in the same way, yeah.
Herself?
Just introspect.
By
just
denying
make sure that you're
you
keeping yourself in check.
ever had a racist thought. I don't think that way.
Yeah, I've never had a racist thought in my life. Clip it. And I'll say it.
That's bullshit. I've had racist thoughts before. Okay? Like, I was a conservative, obviously. I haven't had racist thoughts in a minute. But I've certainly had them before.
Proudly.
I wasn't raised that way. That's not how I feel. I've said it before and I'll say it again. You don't have
I don't think please go ahead.
Have to wear a hood, and you don't have to tote around a fucking Confederate flag to know that there is shit inside of your brain that you need to fix.
I think you have got stuff in your brain that you need to fix if that's the
I mean, what she's saying isn't necessarily wrong. She's just saying introspect. You know, like everyone thinks that they're not racist, but have you actually sat down and analyzed your thought processes, your actions, and thought, do I behave in a way that a racist would behave? I agree with this guy. Oh, with him? Well, I think that she's going a little bit far. I think she's going a little far with it and saying that like everybody's racist if you're white. But I do agree with the premise that you should introspect.
The way you look at people. People have a freedom to self-identify as non-racist, right? We all have the...
Yeah, but you'd probably be wrong. That'd be like self-identifying as like a doctor. He's trying to do this bullshit where it's like he's trying to like out progressive. He's virtue signaling. Okay? He's virtue signaling. He's like, well, I can identify as not racist. Or, no, you can't. Racism is a meaningful term that has meaning behind it. We use it to mean things. And sometimes you're racist, okay? Even if you think you're not. And you probably are.
The freedom to do that.
The fact that you're making this video.
The extreme example you're giving of the KKK and their hoods, of course, it's the extreme example, but first of all, they don't even exist anymore. Second, you can tell with people's actions and with people's words. And yes, there are some people that are secretly racist and use pretend situations, like, for example, they'll attack a person of color and they'll use another like subsidiary reason to defend their attacks. But you can usually tell if it's done with hatred or if it's done on a different matter. Like, for example, no, they just disagreed with that person or they didn't like what that person said, but not because of the skin. The fact that you automatically...
I want to say also, while he's people talking, that this person, this woman, I assume, is probably having, like, she has good intentions, I think. I think that she has a surface level understanding of what systemic racism is. Because systemic racism doesn't mean that every white person is not racist, or is racist. That's not what that means. That means that white people benefit, like, not even benefit. It's more that black people don't have the same freedoms that white people have in society. Or people of color, I should say. Like, they just don't have the same freedoms. They, you know, it's, they get, you know, just for example, they get chased by police more. They get brutalized by police more, arrested more frequently. They're often in bad economic situations where they can't take care of themselves or their families. Like, that's systemic racism. I feel like she just has a fundamental misunderstanding of that.
Practically make an attempt to force the fact that people should now consider themselves to be, regardless of where they're from, regardless of where they're brought up. That's insane. What do you know of the way how we are brought up, for example, in Europe? How do you know? Do you know how people think and how they're brought? No. So then don't speak for us. Don't speak for the way...
I mean, you probably are racist, man.
Someone is brought up in Sicily. You don't know. Maybe where you are brought up, people tend to be racist. That's a possibility.
Motherfucker thinks about the fall of Rome like 10 times a day. You know what I mean? Like, you know, he's proper like fasci racist, probably.
Or else you're still just perpetuating the problems of society.
And I don't believe it.
Look, I don't like TikTok.
It has to be hate farming. It has to be hate farming.
Exactly, and you're just helping her along.
Seriously things that's not going to be hated on.
I get called a white savior because I can admit the shit that I do.
Isn't white savior something you should avoid? Isn't that one of the things that you...
Not if you're on a Jubilee panel. It was such a fucking dumb comment I made. I was trying to take the piss. It didn't work.
You brought against people, like when white people try to be nice, it's white savior complex. When white people say they're not racist, no, you're actually racist, you're being violent. When white people are being hateful, then of course they're being hateful in reality. So
being a white savior basically just entails that, like, you are a white person who you really are kind of being racist when you do that, because you're like saying that I don't know. I'll drop it.
It doesn't matter what you do.
You never said white savior? That's true. People added that after the fact. I said I have a savior complex.
Person, when you think this way.
But perception's reality. People misconstrued it. It was black versus white. Like, the insinuation was there. It's fine.
This is, of course, an extreme.
I don't really give a fuck.
This is an extreme. But I'm saying, according to this person, it doesn't matter what you do. You are a problem, no matter what. So, yeah.
Meanwhile, there's women running around thinking that they've never, ever, ever done anything in their life that could possibly even teeter on the edge of racism.
I mean, if you think that, you probably haven't introspected. That's true, but it's also possible. I mean, you could have grown up in a very progressive household, you know, and just never given it any thought. Like, if I sit here and think about all of the racist things that I've done, I don't remember any specific acts of racism that I committed. You know what I mean? Like, I've never committed a racist act as far as I know. And now if you go back and if I had a perfect rewind, then I probably could find a few times. Okay? You know, I know the racist ideas I had, like the whole, the things that I didn't think were racist, the welfare queen racism, right? That's huge racism. And people just have that idea in their heads and they think they're not racist, you know? So, like I said, nobody thinks they're racist. So that's why introspection is important.
Good luck with that delusion. I hope someday you realize that that's not the case.
But as Queen Laura, I think Queen Laura said that she's communicating this extremely poorly.
And you can put aside your white fragility and...
Actually, you seem to be extremely fragile.
Freak Bob is calling. Pick up the phone. What are you talking about?
As a person, there's a lot of projecting here. Obviously, not that I am a psychologist. I'd be interested, actually, to have this examined by a professional psychologist. But absolutely, there is insecurity, there is fragility, there is hatred, there is brainwash.
I think you're overanalyzing. I think this is just somebody who is virtue signaling. It's just virtue signaling bullshit. Like, it's just liberal virtue signaling bullshit. That's all it is.
I think she's being brainwashed by extreme propaganda to the point that now anything that is even remotely divergent from the way she thinks gets automatically blood pressure.
Yeah, sorry. Queen Laura, Lady Nova, you're both pink names. Like, I don't know why I confuse you guys so much. Sorry.
Which must be a horrible way to live, to be honest. I mean, the majority of my day, I'm happy. This person is angry for the majority of their day, and it must not...
You're angry at this person, though. I'm not. Like, I'm not that angry at this person. Okay? They're some fucking TikTok user, some TikTok liberal. Who cares? Who gives a shit? You're angry at them. And now I'm angry at you, so good job.
Be good for your health. Oh, gosh. My intelligence. I'm losing IQ points for you. I hope you appreciate that.
Yeah, mods all look the same.
Give me a like and subscribe. Yes, I'm guilt-tripping you.
Dear white women.
I really thought this video wouldn't look like this, given how, like, the beginning looked with all that stock footage. But I'm kind of glad that there's not, like, a ton of stock footage. I'm just saying.
Listen.
Okay.
You're only playing this if you value your life.
This is a crazy, crazy drip, though, gotta say. Very colorful. Bicolors.
Is to shut the up.
No? Freedom of speech?
Listen,
Oh, got him! Oh! Oh, got him! Oh! Why don't you fucking hear her out first? You know what I mean? Like, this is the problem, is we don't really... People like, what's his face up there, don't really care to understand where these sentiments come from, and so they never actually think, like, maybe there's a reason, even if they go too far, that, you know, people are expressing these sentiments. You know, like, let's really analyze what's going on here. Because this person has probably been a victim of racism. If you are a black person in America, odds are you have been a victim of racism. That's just how it is, okay? So even if you go too far with it, that sentiment still comes from the fact that we live in a white supremacist society, once again. And yeah, that chest tattoo's crazy. I love it.
Exclusively to black,
Kind of reminds me of
brown,
Trafalgar Laws.
and indigenous women, femmes, and non-men.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we have what I like to
Hold on, what? I need to go back and just hear it one more time. Shut the fuck up.
Listen exclusively to black, brown, and indigenous women, femmes, and non-men.
Lady.
So if you're being charitable, yes, what she's saying is correct. You should listen. Sometimes you should just shut the fuck up and listen. It's okay sometimes to just shut the fuck up and listen. You know? Like, yeah. So if you're being charitable, that's all she's saying. If you're being uncharitable, one concern I'd like to point out is that Candace Owens is black. Okay? So if I'm in an argument with Candace Owens, and, you know, she's trying to say that, like, black culture is destroying Western society, and I'm trying to say, well, no, actually, systemic racism exists. I feel fine talking about that, you know? But that's only if I'm reading this uncharitably, which, again, it's TikTok. It's so silly to get mad at this. It's so silly to get mad at this. Like, how is this actually impacting your life? What's your name again? Metatron? How is this actually impacting Metatron's life? Also, I should move my face out of the way. I'm sorry. Sorry, Metatron. Not that it matters too much, but yeah. Also, sorry, Dubsy. I know that you have your presets, but now you get to change them a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we have what I like to call a black supremacist. Someone that believes that the oppression of their ancestors allows them to oppress people in the present.
Yeah, I gotta say, this guy...
Again, you're just reading too heavily, man. You're going too deep. Okay, she's obviously just frustrated at the circumstances of being a black woman in America. Okay, people are really fucking racist, especially against black women. You know what I mean? Like, healthcare is racist towards them. Like, sometimes you're like... Do you guys know that black women in America are like 3 times more likely, is it 3 times, I think, to die during childbirth than white women? Isn't that insane? That's insane. And like, there are literally doctors who think just because you're black, that you'll like go in and try to like drug seeking behavior. Okay. Which is a real thing, not specifically for black people. Drug seeking behavior is a real problem that happens sometimes. But there are doctors who will assume that just because you are black, you are seeking drugs, like if you're in pain, okay? And that's really fucking harmful. So imagine like some of you probably don't have to imagine going through that, okay? But if you haven't, try to imagine it. That just because of your fucking skin color, a doctor might think that you're looking for drugs to get on when you have like 8 out of 10 pain and are suffering from a pancreatitis that you don't know about because the doctor is like, well, you're just here seeking drugs.
This guy nailed it.
Someone that believes that race
you could fucking die from that.
All. Absolutely, yeah. That's what's interesting. I agree with this guy, and I'm so glad that in the comments in my community, I have so many black people that watch, and they're so nice to me. I even met one at the airport the other day. He hugged me. He was very nice. But this type of person.
Hold on. What did you just say?
My community, I have so many black people that watch, and they're so nice to me. I even met one at the airport the other day. He hugged me. He was very nice. But this type of person unfortunately exists, and I'm glad that he is calling.
I thought that he meant, sorry, I thought he was saying that like a random black person came up and hugged him in the airport. I'm like, what the fuck?
about for what it is. So I appreciate that. I respect him for
it. I worded out no
Someone
matter
that
the
believes
race.
that their life revolves so much around the color of their skin that, like a symbiote, race takes over their entire being.
Very true. Very true. That's absolutely true. And I think it's wrong on any side. It's not all about race. It's not.
Yeah, but when you sit here and say, well, it's wrong when anybody does it, you're completely ignoring the historical context, man. White people in America were not enslaved. Black people were. Okay? And just because that is quote unquote over, even though it's not, if you know anything about the incarceration system in this country where slavery is allowed, you know anything like about our history and how things kind of snowball into what they are today, then maybe you could understand why black people are still suffering. You know, like slavery wasn't the end of it. Jim Crow happened. Jim Crow laws, you know, separate but equal, etc., even though they weren't equal at all. All right? And there are people alive today that didn't have civil rights in America. Like, that only happened in the 60s, man. There are people alive today who did not have fucking civil rights. They used separate bathrooms. I've met a couple of them. All right? So I can fucking understand the sentiment.
All about color. And absolutely, prejudice can come from both sides. If you appreciate my content so far, and
you know that sentiment is not people making race their entire identity. That's white supremacists making race people's entire identity. That's where it stems from.
Defend the truth.
Yeah, it's not technically slavery when they're prisoners. Yeah.
However, because of this, they gain some.
And if you look at the population of prisoners, it happens to be inordinately black. Now, isn't that interesting?
Abilities or social power. And for all the people that don't believe that black supremacists exist, here's your proof.
Throw every resource you have and use your privilege to back us in every way.
I agree.
But does she think it's gonna work? That's what I don't understand. Does she?
What do you mean? Is it good? It's not a matter of whether it fucking works or not. What? Like you should use your privilege for good. Yes. Yes, you should use your privilege to help people who are not as privileged as you are. That is something that you ought to do. That is a good thing to do. It's not a matter of whether it, like, quote unquote, works. What are you talking about?
You think that's gonna work, or is it just a way to get out her chest? I mean, I don't know what she went through in her life to become like this. What I see, unfortunately, is a person full of hate. And also, let me put this out. When you say white people, that's so weird, because I suppose she's putting in Americans, Germans, Italians, French. Why are you mad?
If she said, listen to POC voices, I can get behind that, but telling white women to shut the fuck up while saying that isn't good. I'm not saying that I entirely agree with her message. I'm saying you can either sit here and nitpick it, or you can understand the sentiment and where this comes from, because the underlying issue is white supremacy in the United States, if she's in the United States, which I assume she is. You know, like, that's where it stems from. And if you recognize that, then you don't have to sit here and nitpick it. You can just say, yeah, you're right. Racism is a problem, and I try to, you know, use my privilege for good, and you know, when it's not appropriate to speak over minorities, let them have the floor and speak. You know? Yeah, her accent sounds American, yeah.
As someone in Luxembourg.
I'm not interested in nitpicking.
The only crime is lightness of their skin. And that says a lot about how you think.
First of all, are you trying to mind control them? Why?
You never said it was a crime.
Second of all, this woman is the definition of irony. The fact that you can come on this platform and tell a skin color that if they want to live, they need to do and say everything that these other skin colors tell them to do and say, or else.
That is such an uncharitable interpretation of what she said. What the fuck? That is such an uncharitable interpretation, man. Come on. You know that's not what she meant. She doesn't want to literally enslave white people. Let's be real.
Without your platform and your well-being.
Absolutely. I mean, he's just.
Oh yeah, man, he's right on the money.
What's your name? The John Raid. Very nice guy. Go follow
Preach.
him.
Being stripped from this earth.
He seems like an asshole. I don't like him.
Mind-boggling to me. You brought up their privilege, yet you're executing yours right in front of our faces.
What are you talking about?
That don't look like oppression to me.
Yes, it's such a privilege to be able to make a TikTok. What? What privilege is she expressing right now? Did you do something? White Nervosa did something. Oh, cool. All right, there you go.
Looks like somebody holds the social power in this situation.
Yeah, I think the situation is that she gets away with it, so I have to agree with him. It's a different type of social power, historically, when we look at the sort of social power that white people had over black people, which is a historical fact, and I'm not going to try and deny it. I always state the...
He wants so badly for her to get in trouble for this. Like, why? How does this affect you in any way, man? How does this affect... Is there going to be a mob of black people? Are you afraid of, like, a mob of black people coming to your door and, like, stealing you away in the middle of the night or something? And then, I don't know, perhaps then they could, you know, break out their torches and put on hoods and then take you out into the middle of nowhere and crucify you. Right? Is that what you're afraid of? Because that happened to black people all throughout American history and still does today. All right? Sometimes literally, sometimes metaphorically. But that's not a real concern that white people have historically had. Not based on their whiteness, at least. Okay? So maybe consider that if that's something that you're like actually afraid of. Otherwise, this just does not affect you.
The facts, how they are presented by history. With that being said, it still is, as he's pointing out, a type of social power, and it's unjust. The sense that she can say whatever she wants.
It's not social power.
Because on social media, as we have just detailed, can you imagine if a white person that was also full of hate but towards black people posted a video...
When she says that, that is coming from a place of not having as much opportunity as white people, just based on her skin color. That's where it comes from. When your ass goes on TikTok and says that, if you were to do so, that's usually coming from a place of thinking that black people are inferior somehow. Okay? They come from very different places.
They looked exactly like that. It would be deplatformed immediately. So it is a form
yes, and I just explained why.
In a way,
that's a good thing.
But it's
I
being
support
used
that.
The wrong way. It is absolutely being used the wrong way, and it's just not unjust, no matter how you look at it.
The freedoms we have now are because of our fight and struggle. Bet on black. Bet on brown. Bet on indigenous.
Yeah, this is really, it's doing a disservice towards black people.
She's very entertaining.
And indigenous and all of that. Because imagine if someone's only experience or contact, that's not my case, I've been around black people my whole life, and so I know what they are like, and they're not like this. In my experience, in the majority of cases, it's a fringe. It's a loud minority. Imagine if someone's only experience, they never...
Now listen, I've been around them, right? And I know that you know, they're not all uppity like this one. Is that what you're saying, man? Like, come on.
Hang out
just
with
say what you
black
mean.
people, but then they go on TikTok and they see something like this and they're white. What are they going to think? So you are achieving the exact opposite. You are pushing people to become racist. Not that it's a justification. Racism is horrible.
Essentially, what you're saying is you tolerate black people as long as they don't make you think about things that are uncomfortable to think about. Okay? That's it. You don't like thinking about things that make you uncomfortable.
But racism creates more racism. And it's the same way the other way around. The only way to stop racism for spreading is to block it from all sides and treat people equally and treat people fairly and treat people based on the contents of their character, not...
Once again, if you can recognize... Oh, yeah, just like MLK said, right? If you can recognize that a cancer patient needs more medical treatment than somebody who is perfectly healthy, you recognize that they require unequal levels of care and treatment, okay, based on their conditions, all right? So in the same sense, if you have a black person who has been economically and perhaps even physically impacted by the history of racism in this country versus a white person who has not been, okay, they need, like, that person would need some leverage, you know? They would need a little bit more leverage because of their circumstances, because of the history of racism in this country. All right? That's just how it is. And we have white supremacy to thank for that.
the color of their
you made
skin.
me a Nazi.
That is the only way to defeat racism at the societal level. The only way.
Right now in society, black people are not equal to white people economically. Okay, like statistically, this plays out. Economically, there are way higher levels of incarceration of black people than white people, even when they don't commit crimes that would warrant that. Like I said, black women especially and have way higher maternal mortality rates. There are all kinds of stats that you can pull up that prove that white and black people as groups in this nation are not equal. Okay, and that's a problem, and that's all people like her, that woman, were trying to point out. That's it. That is it. I can understand the frustration, even if I don't entirely agree with the exact wording of the message. I understand where the frustration comes from.
To remind people that white supremacy is everywhere.
Ugh,
because in order for true equality to
Here, watch this. This guy right now, cartoon, you made me become a Nazi. Yeah. That's all it is. Yeah, you do this. I just hate to do this. I feel bullied into doing this, yeah. You know?
Happen, white supremacy has to be dismantled.
Oh gosh, she's so annoying.
She's not wrong, though.
That is basically taking a...
Didn't that woman get fired? Did she? I don't know.
Word that is neutral and turning it into a slur. That's what she's trying to do. And if she did it only with white supremacy, I'd still find it annoying because it's just the sound that is annoying.
Oh my god, did you just say you're trying to turn white into a slur, man? Is that what you think? That she's like slurring you? Get fucked, man. This is so pathetic. Like you have a victim complex, man. You have a victim complex. Stop.
Annoying. I don't want to watch.
You're not being hurt by these people. They're not hurting you.
I'm not interested in that. But if she only did it with white supremacy, I'd be like, whatever. But if you do it with white, it automatically means that you are pretty much spitting onto the...
What? I'd be curious to know what ethnicity he is, because I'd be willing to bet that there was a time and place that he would not be considered white. You know? Like, I'm just saying. If you're Irish today, you're considered white. If you were Irish in the 1920s and 30s, you were not considered white. Now, isn't that interesting? Because, like I said, whiteness is a social construct, and that's what people are upset about. He said he's Sicilian. Is that not white? Am I having a dumb moment? Sicily? Italian. Oh, well, there you go. So he's not white, he's Italian.
The face of the entire group of people, the entire category, and that is despicable. Despicable.
And a lot of people are not even aware of their use of whiteness unless someone like me points it out by calling it white. In your case, you...
I can't stand that.
How does she have followers? I mean, 10 seconds, not even 10 seconds
honestly.
in, and I already want to, like,
it's really
uninstall everything, the entire app. I want to uninstall it. How does she have... Is it like a hate following? Like
maybe
one of those
man.
accounts that gets views through
Good
hate?
idea.
Or does she actually have people that are like, yeah, you tell them? Oh my gosh, the type of people that she's probably getting. I wouldn't want to... Oh my gosh.
As a white woman, telling an Asian woman how to speak on her account is a pretty white privileged mindset. Because I would have never thought to go to your account.
This is so strange because in my experience, I mean, I have lived in Asia for 4 years.
I don't think it's racist to tell you that you're being really fucking annoying when you say white like that. Okay? White. Okay? It's really annoying. It's not racist to say that.
And I have never met a person like this.
Fame, power.
Saki Tanuki with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very much. What do we got here?
They're about to execute us when a rebel officer sees one of our passports and shouts, "Wait, these aren't whites. They're Italians."
There you go. See? So he's not white, he's Italian.
Every single
Thank you very much
Asian
for the 5
person that I've met, no matter what country they're
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs again. Thank you.
from, were lovely, were very polite. Occasionally, I had a couple of colleagues at work that weren't nice, but then again, it was a work thing. But the majority of people that I've met were so polite and so nice. This is like, if I can I say that? If I were Asian, this would annoy me even more, because I would be like, don't you put me.
But you can't possibly, like, you can't know that. You're not Asian. I feel like you can't say that. You know what I mean? Like, well, you know, if that'd be like saying if I were black, that something would annoy me. And like, how the fuck are you going to say, how are you going to say that? You can't do that. You know? You can't do that.
With you.
You have no idea how you feel.
As you.
Your life would be completely different.
And say, hey, your face is really annoying. You should change your profile photo. I would never say that to you.
Well, you do worse.
I mean, I'm not personally a fan of it just because you have food in your fucking mouth and your mouth is open, and that's kind of gross, okay? I don't like looking at chewed up food. That's why I would say change your profile picture. But you know what? It's a free country. I can't control what you do.
Well,
it's
you
allowed.
do worse. You do worse. I mean, yes, that would be
also not racist to say
that. I mean, you can say it, but it would be stupid. But the fact that you keep doing that,
he is picking some pretty low-hanging fruit.
The person just commented that is annoying, and it is objective.
How many followers did she have, by the way? I want to see. 25 fucking followers? Are you kidding me? Dude. She's gonna get fucking hate, what is it? She's gonna get a lot of hate. That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry, brain's a little slow today.
So yeah, that's a critique that I think is very on point. I agree.
I feel nervous punching down when it comes to like people who have like 5,000 subscribers. Brigaded, thank you. Like people who are smaller than me, I'm like, I don't know if I want to touch that. I don't agree with them, but like I don't want to get them hate mobbed. And here he is, 25 fucking follower Andy over here on TikTok. You know, just a liberal, right? I'm sorry, just like what seems like just a fucking liberal who doesn't completely understand what she's talking about, probably, or like at worst, or at best, you know, maybe she has some good points. You know, but like who said it? Yeah, Lady Nova said, you're going after the low-hanging fruit for sure.
Like, that would have never crossed my mind. Like, who am I to tell you that? And you should have awareness of your actions. You as a white woman telling me how to speak is tone policing. And that's
No, it's not. Okay, now I'm pissed. Because all I'm telling you is that pronouncing white like that is annoying and grating, okay? So yeah, you have the right to do it. I'm not saying you don't have the right to do it. You certainly can. But I have the right to tell you, hey, you're being annoying. Stop pronouncing it like that. Okay? Or else I'm not going to watch you.
behavior that's very common among...
So basically what you're doing, it's very manipulating. It's a very manipulative approach. But what you're doing, you want to tell people, don't you dare tell me how to speak. But probably people are not telling you how to speak. And that annoys you because you're expecting people, obviously white people, to be doing that. But they don't. No one is telling you how to speak. Maybe you even got some nice engagement before you started doing this. So
it's just rage baiting. You just fell for the rage bait, man.
Oh, you
That's all it
needed
is.
to create a pretext. In other words, you
He did it on
started
purpose to get
acting out
clicks.
like this and mispronouncing the word on purpose because you knew it would have generated a response, so that then you can basically victim blaming. That's
And
what you're
you
doing,
fell for
the
it.
people for having the response that you purposely caused by design.
It's a funny bit. Disagree. I think it's annoying.
I see through you. It would be like me
Oh, he's so
going up
smart,
to a
man.
stranger and telling them,
Not like a dipshit like me could figure it out in 2 seconds.
you're an idiot, and they tell me, don't you call me an idiot, and I'm like, don't you tell me what to say. It's
white women. You may have not intended that, but there are many white women who act exactly like you. So
Please move
that's
on.
why I say
Ugh.
white, to raise
Ah!
your awareness. Because it's so ingrained in you, you may not realize it. And maybe next time when you're about to do the very same thing,
Don't do it again.
my annoying white
There it is.
will ring in your ear.
oh no, it won't stop you. It will cause this to happen.
You know what? She's being ableist because I find that very grating, and I'm ADHD, and there are certain noises that really grind my gears. So actually, that lady's being ableist against me, if you think about it.
50 times fold multiplied by an exponential factor.
That's good.
That's what's going to happen, because then people get fed up. I think they should completely ignore you. I'm never, ever going to watch anything you post ever again in my entire life. Don't want to have anything
Same
to
here
do with the likes of you. Meaning, before people say, "Oh, he's being racist." No, I love Asian people.
No, I nobody was going to say you're being racist. Although, like, you know, this whole video's premise is rooted probably in some latent racism that you have.
This kind of mentality, this kind of person, she's poisonous inside, clearly. Oh, this is going to be a long...
Or at the, I'll even grant him this. Let's say that he's not racist. At best, you have not introspected about where these sentiments are coming from. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel the need to make a video like this and be offended that, like, there's anti-white sentiment in some places sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel offended by that because I understand where it comes from. I don't always agree with it. I don't always think it's good. Okay? Very often it's not good. Okay? But the solution is not to sit here and fucking nitpick these people. It's to solve white supremacy in our nation. She has 549K followers on TikTok. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Well, then why was that? Oh, was she on the other person's account? Now I'm confused. That was a different account? Oh, so she was on somebody else's account. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, okay, never mind. False alarm. She's not like a tiny TikToker. So he didn't go after somebody who was tiny.
Long day. Next one. Things I do for you.
My apologies.
Next one.
My guy.
Hey.
So let's talk about where the word good morning originated
Love your
from.
tattoos.
Good morning. All right, so during slavery time.
Oh, no. I mean, she might be, this person might be completely accurate in what they're about to say, but I'm sorry. Good morning is just like a common phrase now. It doesn't have like, when people say good morning, it's not racist. And yeah, this is probably also bait.
Times when the women used to mourn about their child being taken away and sold to a different slave master, or if one of the family members did something that resulted into them getting whipped or killed, most of these things used to happen in the evening time.
What? I'm sorry, but oh my gosh, I need to let her finish, and then I'll tell you where the word good morning comes from an etymological perspective. Right, so I think I know where she's going with this.
When a child was sold off, or somebody was getting whipped for something, the black women used to cry all night behind it. Not even just the women.
No, of course I'm not like, I don't want to dismiss the suffering that people that unfortunately
I don't think
have to do
that's
with
true.
slavery
Like,
dealt
no,
with. I just don't think there is anything...
Sorry. I don't think it's true that good morning came from that, is what I'm trying to say.
Linguistic connection to the word good morning.
The earliest known use of the word good morning is the Middle English period 1150 to 1500. OED's earliest evidence for good morning is from around 1450 in Siege Malaine. Sege? I don't know. Good morning is formed within English by compounding etymons. Good, adjective, morning, noun. Well, yeah. Yeah, so so this is kind of bullshit what this person's saying. But like, again, who cares? I wouldn't care enough to make a whole video about it.
At all. Like, nothing. Completely. So, mourning is not mourning this, right.
The black people in general. All the black slaves. Male or female. When something happened to a family member.
So what happened before that? Like, before all of this, because imagining you're talking about the intercontinental slave trade and all of that. So before that, how did they say good morning? I imagine because there was no good morning because there was no morning, right? So I'm just trying to understand.
Or a close friend or anything, they used to cry all night behind it. And when the slaves used to cry about what happened all night long, the white slave masters, the oppressors, will wake up in the morning time.
It's really dangerous.
What probably happened is that person was told that by somebody and they just believed it, like outright. And went spreading it to other people without fact checking it. That's probably what happened. And that's as deep as it goes. You know what I mean? Like, you can call it silly. You can say that, like, you're wrong. Because that person is wrong. But that's about as far as it goes. That's as far as it goes. Like, you don't have to sit here and say that that person's being racist against white people. Okay? Like, you don't have to whine about it.
Dangerous to call people oppressors. Now, given, I'm not saying that you shouldn't speak up.
Wait, whoa. What'd you just say?
White slave masters, the oppressors, will wake up in the morning time.
It's really...
Wait, hold on. Listen to what he just said.
Really dangerous to call people oppressors.
If you're a slave owner, I feel like you're completely justified in calling somebody like if you were to call a slave owner an oppressor, I feel like that's fine. You know, like you don't have to sit here and like twiddle your thumbs about, well, maybe we shouldn't call people. There was a slave owner. What? Yes, that person was an oppressor. What are you talking about, man? This was a slam dunk for you, and you still fucked it up. What the hell? And you expect people to not think you're racist? You just said. Let's let him finish.
Now, given, I'm not saying that you shouldn't speak about the history, how it happened. Although then again, to speak about historical facts.
The slave owner was an oppressor.
Those historical facts, rather than probably repeating something you've heard another TikToker say.
Okay, but even if what that person is saying about good morning is not true, what they're saying about slave owners beating black women into the night is absolutely true. Okay? They did much worse things than that, mind you. Okay? So that part's true. And that person calling that slave master an oppressor is 1000% true. Why is he focusing in on this? What is this? Like, are you kidding me? This was easy. This was an easy one. The person was completely wrong, man. You had it in the bag and you fumbled it. What the fuck? I don't care about the morning/morning thing, but it sounds to me like a young black person coming to terms with her ancestry and the legacy it left, and her pain surrounding it. Yeah, exactly. Like, even if what this person is saying is completely not true about the etymology of, is it etymology? I believe of the phrase "good morning." You guys understand what I'm saying? I feel like I'm not getting very much reaction to this, but like he literally just said, like maybe it's not so good to call the slave master an oppressor, sweaty. Like that's, hello? Are we just gonna ignore that? You're correct. Thank you. I love you, chat. I just like it feels like that's a big deal.
See, TikTok does not amount to research. TikTok is not research. But
okay,
absolutely talking about slaves and slave owners and all the things they did, absolutely.
That involves oppression.
It's a topic that I'm always in favor of speaking about, precisely because it was a horrible thing. Although then again, slavery
that involved oppression
before the Europeans did it, and slavery was part of, unfortunately, every civilization in the world, wherever, with regard...
Okay, that's a white supremacist dog whistle. Yes, that is true that slavery was perpetuated by many races in many places, in many ways. But in America specifically, it was perpetuated by white slave owners against black people. And that's why we have systemic racism still in this country to this day. That's where it stems from. That is where it stems from. That's where systemic racism comes from. It was white slave owners and black slaves. Okay? You didn't have white slaves in America. Unless you're talking about now when they're in jail. All right? But largely, if you were black, you were a fucking slave. In America.
Regardless of the skin tone. And it's something that should be condemned, and it's great that we have made slavery.
Yeah, condemn it everywhere all the time.
With that being said, though, you're making up facts.
Just ignore the fact. Just ignore the convenient fact, like conveniently ignore the fact that it was perpetuated by white people against black people in America for hundreds of years.
Linguistic standpoint, here's how history is done. You mention something and then you say who said it, right? Oftentimes I talk about it. Wegetius said this, and then I say it. Or Plutarch said this, and then I say it. If you don't do that, you're just repeating a story you heard from someone else, and I don't believe it's a credible source. Why? Because also your linguistic one, clearly...
That part's probably true. That person probably heard that from a friend and then repeated it. You still said that slave owners are not oppressors.
Has no source whatsoever. I don't know how much more of this...
Or that it's dangerous. Sorry, being charitable. That it's dangerous to call people oppressors. Even when they own slaves.
This is a pretty long one. I think I'm going to stop halfway through.
And
how the fuck did you fuck this up?
Did you have a good morning? Basically, did you have a good cry out?
No, I can't have that. Sorry. That's the origin of good morning. What was before that? Bonjour? Buongiorno. What about buongiorno? Guten Morgen. What about guten Morgen? Sounds familiar? Sounds familiar? Next one.
White people do not have an overarching...
I can't believe he flopped that hard on that one. That was an easy one for him, and he still flopped it.
Culture. If you were to say that, like, if you were a specific white ethnicity...
Is it racist for white people to want to only date white people? Yeah, probably. Like, if you have... So people have preferences, right? People can have preferences for, like, blue eyes and whatever hair color or whatever. But usually when you have a preference, if you're white and you have a preference for somebody else who is white, usually that's not just aesthetic. Like, you should really introspect on that one, you know? Especially if you feel the need to go around telling people that, like, you only want to date other white people. Like, that's really fucking weird to say, man. Probably should keep that one to yourself. Keep that one in the drafts, my dude.
And you only want to date within your ethnicity.
You can't just go around saying
that's
that.
for cultural reasons. But if you're white saying you only want to date white people, that's incredibly suspicious to me. And
yes,
you should check your racial
agreed.
biases.
Hold on a minute.
Agreed.
So, if a white person just wants to date white people...
In a completely neutral society, I think that it would be fine to have a skin tone preference, okay? I think that's fine. In a vacuum, I don't care that much about a skin tone preference. But when you're specifically going around, especially saying white, right? Instead of like, I would rather date German people, you know? Or I'd rather date Irish people or Italian people, both of which are not historically white, but now they are, okay? Like... that would not be as suspicious to me. It'd still be a little bit probably, but not as suspicious, you know? Like at least then I could say, oh, it's probably a cultural thing. But when you're saying, listen, yeah, that one was totally fine. I completely agree.
I mean, anyone is free to date whoever they want.
It didn't go as hard as I thought it would.
If I have a son or a daughter and they tell me, hey, Dad, I want to date...
Yeah, but you might date if you're a white person and you only seek out other white people to date, you're probably fucking racist.
This white chick, I'll be like, please go ahead. And
Probably.
if they tell me, hey, I want to date this black chick, black girl, Asian girl, I wouldn't be there. I don't know, did you check your racial background? What about people of color? No, they choose who they want to date, and then I'll tell them, tell me about this person. Tell me about them. I won't be like, I don't know though, because you got to have your inclusivity boxes. I'm not happy that your last two girlfriends or your last two boyfriends were white. What about black people? I mean, maybe she didn't.
My dude is people talking. What are you talking about? Huh? Oh, No Justice is here. Thank you so much for the raid, No Justice. I appreciate you. Welcome in, No Justice people. Welcome in. We're just going over some really stupid takes.
Meet, or he didn't meet a person that belongs to that specific group that they felt a connection with. And if they do, that's great. If they don't, oh gosh, these people. Why do you have to make everything...
If the morning's good, that means the fish are biting? Gotcha.
...racist when the people who are obsessed with race is you? This is the insanity of this.
No, wait a minute. If you're saying I want to exclusively date white people, you're the one obsessed with race, to some extent at least. You're at least concerned about it, okay? You're concerned about people's skin tone when you say, I only want to date white people, all right? And you know, that could very well come from just a physical preference. And if that's the case, I still wouldn't go around saying, I'm a white person who only dates other white people, guys. Hello? Hello? Like, that's not a good thing to do, man. In the society we live in, you shouldn't do that. So usually when people say that, they're just being a fucking racist.
It's the delusion of the fact that the people that are speaking
What should be allowed to only date white
people
people?
obsessed with race in the first place.
Here's the thing. You're allowed. Okay? If you want to be somebody who exclusively dates white people for whatever reason, you're allowed to do that. But you should probably introspect about where that comes from, okay? Like, I'm sorry, but my dad was pretty racist about that. He was like, well, son, you see, I wouldn't, it's just that black people, you know, cultures are different. It's racism. Racism. That's usually where it comes from. If you don't want to date non-white people because that would be race mixing, because you don't want mixed race kids, or you think there's something wrong with black people inherently, that's really fucked up. If you just prefer lighter skin tones, that's probably okay. Like I said, in a vacuum, the skin tone preference wouldn't be a problem. The problem is that we live in a racist fucking society that favors white skin. Okay? White supremacy. So, like, I would sooner think that if somebody's like, I only date white people, that's coming from white supremacy. Even if you're not white yourself. You know? Like, there are people who are way too comfortable of all, you know, there are people that come from certain races that are way too comfortable saying, I only date white guys. And I think that's also problematic.
Fame, power. This guy seems like the kind of person who watches race play cuckold in his off time and would struggle to say that a pic of Rosario Dawson wasn't hot.
Yeah, I can get on board with that. Thank you so much for another gifted, 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so much, Saki Tanuki. It also isn't just going to be the skin tone thing. Like, I like small noses, but that doesn't mean I can't imagine someone hot with a larger nose. I would never date white guys. I would never date people who are concerned to this extent with whiteness. You know what I mean? Oh, because I don't date guys. Nice.
Next.
It's not even noon yet, but we're gonna get into another episode of Are You White?
I love the sword guy's slow march to this point. Yeah, it's very unfortunate to see.
Yes.
Or are you fucking white?
Not this person again.
No.
Why?
Oh no, not her. Not her again.
Yeah, skip
This
it.
is a great example of why you can never get too comfortable with white people. Because it didn't start out bad, right? In fact, some could even say this is a compliment. Getting with the program. Complicated because you didn't come up with it?
I mean, I personally find it a little bit tricky to use chopsticks. I don't know if this specifically comes from racism, but it is a little, I don't know. Like, I don't care that much.
Because you didn't come up with it? Funky on my fucking favorite?
Funky soup.
What is that? You're white.
She's rage baiting, dude. She is rage baiting.
This sort of behavior actually creates more racism, and it's a horrible thing. And at the end of the day, it's not good for anyone, and it's spreading poison. Driving division is precisely what this kind of stuff is, and I'm also starting to think that that's why this sort of stuff is allowed at the moment. I could be wrong. Of course, I'm not into conspiracies. I need data. And
it's allowed because white isn't a real race. It's not a real race, man. Okay? You're Italian. I'm German. Some people are Scottish. Some people are Irish. Some people are English. Some people are Spanish. And you know what? Whether or not they're white is up for debate, depending on the context and time in which you live and place that you live. Okay? We're even calling, historically, Hispanic people have not been considered white. Now, many Hispanic denominations are. Okay? And usually, it just depends on how white your skin is. You know? That's all it's based on. It's just based on exclusivity, based on how light your skin is. That's all it is. Okay? So there's no white race. And so you can't, that's what people mean when they say you can't be racist against white people. All right? And I think that's like an optically bad line to use, because you can be racist against, like, you can be hateful against people based purely on their skin tone for being too light-skinned. You know, like, that is a thing. But when you say you can't be racist against white people, what people mean by that is, if they're using it properly, is that white is not a race. You can be racist against Germans. You can be racist against Italians. You can be racist against Scottish people. But you can't be racist against white people because we made it the fuck up.
And facts to present. This is just a little inch that I'm starting to have as I look at this. I could be entirely wrong, but I'm just saying I think division is precisely what these sort of TikToks are creating, and what this sort of approach is creating. And in a way, it's kind of trying to distance people as much as possible so that they can be then separated in two groups, and then these two groups can be managed more easily. I mean, at the end of the day, this doesn't come from me. It comes from the book Propaganda by Brunet. And
they always bring up their precious fucking books, man. Yeah, I don't care.
Makes sense. That's why it's considered permissible. But I don't think that it's right that, as he says, that the opposite wouldn't fly. Not that I want to see the opposite. I don't want to see any of this sort of stuff. No one is forcing you to be around white people.
Yeah, but it's a lot bigger problem from one side than the other, historically, and now.
If you hate white people so much, and
Again,
even more so, why making content about it? I think that's the worst part. Oh no, the comments.
You are also currently in the process of making content about it. You could have just ignored it, like I do, and like every other fucking normal person does.
Are so bad. once again, even in the comments, and I get comments like that. Yeah, ugly white people lips. If that's not racist, I don't know what is. But the thing is that the way...
Yeah, you can have ugly white people lips, or you can have beautiful German lips, or beautiful Scottish lips, okay? You know, like again, when you use white in the context of a race, it just doesn't work.
It appears to be, and honestly, I do feel
but in
very
that sense, I don't
gaslit
care.
now with the people telling me this doesn't exist. Well, it does exist. We just saw it together, and I think it's despicable. It's disgusting.
And it's not impacting your life.
People do it, but also,
if anything, you're benefiting from it, really, because you get to make content on it, and then 100,000 people watch it and think that this is like a real problem. Okay, it's called a grift.
That then the public as a whole, people are trying to gaslit us into thinking, oh no, it's not happening. I think we just proved it. It is happening, and it's a horrible thing, and I condemn it 100%. Here's the thing about me. I absolutely hate racism in all of its forms. It's just one of the things that it's deeply rooted within me. I think it's really wrong to judge people, mistreat people, say hateful things towards people.
Yeah, especially when they're slave owners. Don't call them oppressors, right? Right, buddy? Right?
Because of the color of their skin, because of their ethnicity, and the way they look. Now, when it comes to social media and the way we experience it in our day and age, when it comes to all sorts of platforms, I want to say that the majority of like actual racist stuff that you would say like against black people, against brown people.
Yeah, people saying white on TikTok is like his biggest problem, yeah. It's like, I'm so sorry that your sensitivities were affected by that, man. That sucks. I don't care. Nobody gives a shit. All right, get fucked.
Against Asians and all sorts of different ethnicities. It's generally speaking not only frowned upon, but, you know, it's not a thing that we tolerate. And I think rightly so. It is absolutely wrong to do that. And yet, being hateful towards white people tends to get a pass on social media. Now, whenever I say this, that it's wrong to be hateful and say horrible things towards white people because they're white. When I say it's wrong, it's a bad...
But like, what horrible things were they saying? Like, what actually were they saying? You know what I mean? Like, the worst that I heard is like, if you're a white woman, you should sit down, shut up, and listen to like people of color or whatever. And again, if you read that charitably, you can interpret the frustration that comes from the racial divide in this country, which is real, okay? If you interpret it charitably. Now, you can sit here and nitpick it. I don't agree with everything that she said, but I agree with the sentiment, okay? Sometimes as a white person, it's good to just sit down and shut the fuck up. Like you should do sometimes. Have you ever thought about that? Just sit down and shut the fuck up sometimes.
Thing. People tell me, oh, it's not a thing. It's in your head. It doesn't happen. That's what I
For
sometimes
you all the
get
time.
in the comments, both on Twitter and on YouTube. Now, another thing I really dislike is gaslighting. I hate gaslighters, and I very much dislike being gaslit. Okay, anyways, I think I...
What? Where was the gaslighting there? Where was the did I miss the gaslighting? There was no gaslighting. There was no gaslighting. The closest I could approximate is that one person saying that like you're inherently racist if you're white. That's not gaslighting though. Is it? Maybe it is. I don't know. But like, even if you were to say that that's gaslighting, I'm sorry. Anybody who actually knows about these issues knows that that person was operating on a very surface level idea of what systemic racism is and what it means to people of color, you know, and how it affects them. You know, it doesn't mean that every white person is inherently racist. What it means is that every white person does not have to deal with a lot of the shit that people who are black have to deal with. Okay? Just based on their skin color. That's what that means. Right? And some people are very poor at communicating that idea and misunderstand it. But that doesn't mean that where they're coming from is the wrong place. You know, that person, even though I disagree with their message that all white people are racist, is not coming from a bad place. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's true that not all white people are racist, and saying so is stupid, okay? You're not inherently racist on account of being white. But when somebody says that, what do I think, right? Where is that person coming from? They're not coming from a place of, I hate white people are the worst, just because. They're usually coming from a place of like, especially if they're white, like I'm trying to understand the plight that black people and people of color have had to go through in this nation's history and what they're going through now. That's usually where they're coming from. It's a good place to coming from, even if they're wrong. And I feel like it's important to recognize that, you know? Like, you don't have to be the best fucking messenger all the time on everything. Sometimes I can just tell that you're coming from a good place, you know? Whereas this guy just takes it personally. You're a little bitch, man. You're a bitch. You take everything that these people do personally as an attack on you and your skin color, when sometimes it's just trying to understand the plight of people who are not like them. That's all it is. You know, at worst, they're joking, you know, or misunderstanding some things. But I still don't think they're coming from a bad place. You can't have this job because you're not BME. BAME. What's BAME? The fact that he had to go looking for minuscule TikTok accounts to find evidence to fit his narrative proves how small of a problem it is. That one lady was actually quite large. A large account. I'm not going to sit here and say that the TikTok's account were small. I don't care to look. I don't really give a shit. The point is, most people in most places are not going to see them. And like, even if they do, these TikToks are not going to largely impact like the fucking status quo. They're just not. And the status quo right now is heavily tilted in favor of white people and against people of color.
I've seen enough, and I am absolutely convinced that indeed people that hate white people absolutely exist, and unfortunately they have a space. And so, why?
Why do they exist? Let's talk about it. Why do people who hate white people exist? Is it just because it just came out of nowhere? You know, they just hate white people, you know? Or does that actually come from somewhere? Should we sit here and analyze that and talk about real solutions as to how we can fix that problem? You know? You're not interested in that. That's why people call you a fucking racist.
Social media. And so it's important, I think, to show it, because it's the only way. It's the only way to get rid of racism and to get rid of disparities in the way we treat other people, is to condemn every single form. So absolutely do send me, usually on Twitter, that's when I get them, or on X, do send me TikToks that you find that do the opposite. If you find TikToks that are being disparaging, insulting and racist towards black people, towards Asian people, towards brown people, any sort of people, feel free to send them to me.
Dog, you made a video about anti-white TikToks, okay? You could have chosen any race and you chose white, right? And that's not even a real race, mind you. Maybe there's something to explore there, man. I'm just saying.
Be more than happy to react and condemn them too. But with that being said, I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. And of course, feel free to send any, for example, historically incorrect TikTok so we can focus.
Also, it's such a worm, slimy way of trying to, you know, make it seem like you're the good guy. You know, like, oh, send me any guys, send me any forms of racism. I will definitely do something with them. If it's against black people or Asian or whatever else. I know that this video is specifically about racism against white people, right? But like, I'll take any old. You're spineless, man. Shut the fuck up. You're spineless.
Some history rather
just
than
own
talking
it.
about
Just own
race
it.
Social situations next time, and then I'll make absolutely those videos too. Thank you very much for watching, and remember, the Metatron is spread his way.
Okay, yeah. White is not a real race, and therefore you can't be racist against white people. I've spoken. People saying horrible things like, if you don't want to date non-whites, maybe think about why, yeah. It's like, the deepest it should go, somebody said earlier, I didn't want to include it in the video, but somebody said earlier, like, the deepest it should go is like a preference, right? Like, okay, I prefer dating people with lighter skin just because that is a visual preference that I have. But it shouldn't be a deal breaker either. Like, eye color is usually not a deal breaker. Hair color is usually, or length is usually not a deal breaker. Even weight or height, you know? Like, it shouldn't be a deal breaker. It should be nothing more than a preference, and you should probably keep that shit to yourself just because of the environment that we are living in. Thank you for bringing up the white isn't real idea. I hadn't thought of it that way. Yeah, it's not. It's bullshit. It's all made up bullshit. Okay, like Germans, it's all made up. Like if you're being real, like if you want to really get down to the root of it, like, you know, is somebody who lives on one side of the border of Germany the same as like, or are they like super like different from somebody who lives on like 2 feet on the other side of the border? Probably not. But yet we call one German and one what country's border Germany? Poland? Polish? Right? So like, you know, like there's sometimes it's just a delineation that we make, but white specifically is very bad because it's purely based on your skin tone. Just your skin tone. That's it. Okay? There's some other factors too, but the main thing's skin tone. Imagine limiting your dating pool, not wanting to date millions of beautiful women of color. I agree. It's like having a genital preference. You know? Like, that's a great point of a comparison. When people say, I wouldn't date a trans person, what do they mean? Right? If you're being charitable, what that person probably means is, if you're saying if you're a guy, you're straight, and you're saying I wouldn't date a trans woman, what you probably mean, if you're not a fucking transphobe, is I wouldn't date somebody with a penis. That is not my genital preference, okay? And that's something that people can't really control. You can get surgery for it, but it's not accessible to everybody. Not everybody wants it. It is an immutable characteristic to have a penis, okay? So saying that you wouldn't date a trans woman because you wouldn't want to date somebody with a penis, if it's coming from that place, I understand, all right? But usually, when somebody says I wouldn't date a trans woman, what they mean is they don't like fucking trans people. Usually only transphobes say that, you know? Because otherwise you would say, listen, my genital preference is not penises. I prefer vaginas, you know? And so, and by the way, I should also point out not every trans woman has a penis, you know? So when you say I wouldn't date a trans woman because they probably have a penis, you don't know that. You know? Like, if that is a problem, like, if that's something that's something that should come up at some point, but I would still give that person a chance, even if my genital preference is not penises. The same concept. And not all cis people are fertile? Yeah, exactly. Like, if you want kids in the future, yeah, that's another good point, yeah. Like, you might say it because you want kids. And you know that if you date somebody of the opposite sex who is trans and of the opposite sex, then they probably can't have kids with you, you know? And that's also fine. But by the same token, you wouldn't date somebody who's infertile. So it's not that you wouldn't date trans people, it's that you wouldn't date people who are infertile, which is a lot more understandable because you want your own kids. Imagine not being into feminine penis. I don't know, like, genitals never, like, I guess, I don't know, like, I guess personally, like, genitals never really stuck out to me that much. Like, I don't like, I generally don't like hair that much down there. But that's about it. Like, I don't know, it doesn't, like, I prefer vaginas, but, like, it doesn't bother me that much. It's a preference. I could see the argument of them wanting to have biological kids, but it does feel like a lot of people won't date trans people because they don't like them. That is that exactly. But then they fall back on, well, they can't have kids. Well, they have penises. Well, they have this. Well, they have that. They look like men. You know? Like, it's rooted usually in transphobia. And that's why it's probably not a good idea to say, I wouldn't date a trans person. What you should say is what you mean. If you mean, I want kids, what you should say is I want to date somebody who can have like my biological children. Okay? If you want to date somebody with a pussy, you should say, I would rather date somebody with a pussy. Okay? I don't want to date anybody. Human skin is sticky and gross. It's a very autist-coded thing to say. I think human skin is lovely. That sounded really weird. Don't take that out of context. The litmus test for me is always, if you met a girl and you found her attractive and her telling you she's infertile isn't a problem, what about her saying she's trans would be? Yeah, that's a good one. Not all ace people are autistic. Yeah, but they specifically said human skin is sticky and gross. Not wanting to have as much contact with other people, I think, is an autistic thing. Not always, but it leans that way. But the same person obsessed with a birthing partner wouldn't date a man who could bear kids. Yeah. I've known a lot of light-skinned black folks with textured hair, and they're treated with racism often. Yeah. That's totally a thing. Hairstyle, hair type, whatever. I'm fine with people not wanting to date me because I'm infertile. Yeah, and like, okay, you know, like, even if you're fine with it, you can still be like, yeah, that's shitty. Sometimes it's just shitty, you know, like, people are allowed to complain about that. Like, you know, like, has anybody ever thought that, like, sometimes your circumstances are just shitty and you're allowed to complain about it? You know, like, you can understand intuitively that it is reasonable for somebody to not want to date you because you are infertile. That is a reasonable thing to do and to feel. That's reasonable. It's also shitty for the person that is rejected because of that. It's not like you chose that, you know? I'm just saying. I mean, I wouldn't want to date someone that's interested in starting a family. By the way, it's not necessarily, sometimes you just don't care. Like, if somebody doesn't want to, like, sometimes it's fine to be infertile and people are totally fine with it. I'm not saying that it's automatically bad or sad or whatever. Some people have fully embraced it and it's fine. What I am saying is sometimes people do find it shitty and it's fine to complain about it. I mean, I wouldn't want to date someone that's interested in starting a family. We wouldn't be a fit. I am interested in starting a family, but I have no idea how or when I'm going to do that because I have a lot of shit I got to get in order first. That's true. People can be shit about it. Yeah. To be fair, I may actually be autistic. Yeah, you might. I heard a wheelchair-bound comedian joke that most people say they fucked someone so good that they couldn't walk and she wanted the reverse. I mean, that's fine. I have a really hot take. You guys want a hot take right now? I feel like there's a very weird niche, is it niche market for, like, comedians with disabilities exclusively making jokes about their disabilities. And I don't know, that always kind of struck me the wrong way. Like, it's funny the first few times I see it. Niche? Okay. It's funny the first few times I see it. But then, like, I remember watching, what was it, X Factor or America's Got Talent or something like that. And they would always have, like, somebody with a disability of some sort or another come on as a comedian. And then they would joke, like, they would exclusively joke about their disability. Like, that's their whole bit, you know? They go viral for like a week and then they're done. Like, people are just done with them because they're over it. You guys ever notice that? I don't know. Like, maybe that's just me, but I feel like I've seen that quite a bit. I don't know. Like it's like I said, it's kind of funny, but I'm just kind of over it. You're absolutely right. Good. I mean, it's in the same way that like if you were trans and you made every single joke about being trans. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, throw it in here and there, but like, come on. This kind of reminds me of the comedians who do self-debasing comedy and are clearly not comfortable with themselves. It just feels awkward. Yeah, past a certain... Okay, so I call myself a dipshit, right? Do I actually think I'm stupid? In many ways, yes. But I usually just say it in jest here and there, you know, or to make a point. Like, I do it to debase other people and say, like, oh, well, I'm stupid and even I get this, so you must be really stupid. You know what I mean? Like, I'm fine with myself. And you can tell that I'm fine with myself. You just called out like half the okay, but they're not comedians. They're not like doing it as a profession. If you are doing comedy as a profession, you should do better than that. I expect better. If you're just like an average trans person and like you know, you make that joke often, it might get a little uncomfortable, but you know, I'm talking about comedians. All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom again real quick. I don't know if I'm going to do another segment or try to finish up that Snorlax like I said in the title. Maybe I'll do that. We're just kind of sitting here. I'll be right back. Okay. So, for the Raiders, since you probably haven't seen yet, I have two friends here. I got Teddy Ursa and Snorlax, and I made both of them. Snorlax is not quite complete yet. Teddy Ursa is. There's the boy. Not bad, not bad. He's a little chunky. I used a hook that was a little bit too big, and so the gaps here are like too big. And also his face is a little bit fluffier than it was supposed to be. But I think I did a pretty good job. I got into crocheting recently, I should say. And now I do this. And then I used a tighter hook here on my boy Snorlax. So he's a little bit tighter knit. He still does have some gaps here and there, some flaws, but you know, we love him anyway. And so what I'm gonna do now is, he looks nice, thank you. I am going to try to finish at least his foot. Because it's kind of dangly. I wish I'd have secured it better. Because one foot, as you can see, feet, Snorlax feet. One foot has toenails and the other does not. So without revealing the pattern, because I'm not supposed to do that, I'm going to pull up the instructions here. The pattern is from somebody named Crochet by Kitten Girl. It is not my pattern. And also, if you want little crafts, little doodads for my store, like keychains or stress balls, you can go to my store, etsy.com/shop/guntergrabs, and get them today. I just made these keychains yesterday. Got another one here. Pretty nice. I also just, I don't have these up on the store yet, but we're going to have these coasters soon up there. You can get your customizable color of coaster. So yeah, we got some good stuff. My life completely changed when I realized I was autistic. A lot of the guilt for being a total weirdo my whole life fell away. Same here for having ADHD and always feeling like a fucking failure. I feel the same way, but like about feeling like a failure. Wish I knew who Snorlax was. Oh, it's from Pokemon. Snorlax from Pokemon. I'll show you. There he is. There's the boy. ADHD, nice. Okay, let me get the white yarn. It's kind of steamy in this room. I have to turn on the AC after. So I've got my white yarn. Mayo monkey yarn. Okay. I believe I remember how to do this, but I'm going to double check. Make a slip knot. He is a sleepy little guy. I put the teeth on today, but it's kind of sloppy, but it's fine. I was supposed to only sew the bottom of the teeth down. I got all the way around on one tooth, and then on the other tooth I got all the way around except for the bottom. So it's a little off, it's a little wonky, but it looks fine. I think he looks pretty good. You can barely tell unless you get up close. Good boy. Alright, so let's try to get this foot done, if nothing else. He's flashing the camera. We're getting a TOS territory. Thank you for educating Grandma. You're welcome. Alright, so we got slip knot. Alright. And then insert into round 7, which I believe is, let's see. Right here. We'll get one over. There we go. A chain 5. 1. Hold on. Third hook. How did I do this before? Chain 5. One, 2, 3, 4. All right, have a good night. Your God is mean. Thanks for being here. And then make a slip stitch in around 7, same place where we started. So slip stitch, and boom, there's one done. That's it. Now you got a toenail. Cut. Pull through, fasten off. Now he's got a nice little toenail there. We can just tuck these ends in. Actually, we should sew them. It won't matter that much. We'll just tuck them in. You really shouldn't be able to stick your fingers in like this, but it's whatever. My stitching's a little big. At the end of the world. Now I want one. I might take commissions at some point. I'm still pretty sloppy though. Also, this thing would probably run you about 250 bucks to 300 bucks. And that's honestly being pretty cheap considering how long I spent on it. But to be fair, I'm still a beginner, so I wouldn't have spent nearly as long if I didn't have to constantly undo and redo each round because I missed a stitch or I added an extra stitch by accident. So, in fairness, if I could do it quicker, I could probably charge less. Mac and cheese? I'm not a big mac and cheese guy. I never was. Like, it's okay. It's not my thing. Now we do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Run. Let me check. Go right there. Same process, y'all. Stick her in. Four, there's one. Wait, I didn't chain them. 1, 2, 4. And back through again. Flip stitch. And we're good. That.
I'm waiting for you.
Not to mention the quality of material. Yeah, the each spool cost me 10 bucks and I had to buy like 8 of them. So, yeah. Have a good night, Lady Nova. Crocheting a Snorlax is crocheting a Snorlax what I want to watch while I try to beat Dark Souls. Commentator is you who might be entertaining, but I have no interest in crocheting and urge to watch a video essays channel. That's fine. You can go elsewhere if this isn't your thing. That's fine. I enjoy it. If I don't do it now, I'm never going to do it probably, so. It's either this or I end. So I figure I might as well just do this until the end. Because I was going to hang up and I was going to get off and do it anyway, so. 2. I hope I put that in the right spot. Looks like it's not centered. Oh well. Alright, one more! Dylan, I like the tunes. Not a bad vibe, good. The real ones are staying. Alright, good night, Queen Laura. Thanks for being here. I'm gonna go right. Yo. Ooh, voice getting hot in here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and slip knot or slip stitch. Boom. Pull through. Good. Oh no, I think that looks fine. First Honey Hive Galaxy remix, then Honey Hive Galaxy, and then Dr. Mario with the Killer Beat Switch. Nice. I'm not listening very closely. Okay. In fairness, like, if this isn't your thing, I get it, because I never intended to get into crocheting. But it's just fun, I like it. Ah, Slugmageddon. This is West Side Tyler's song. Those who don't know. Ah, shit. It looks like... Okay. No, I think it's fine. When he's sitting, it might look a little bit like one foot is turned... Like this foot is turned in more. No. I think it's fine. Corpo. Alright, question is, do I want to continue on to the hands? Same process, but chain 3. We'll do 1. I'll try to get 1. I like this segment of your stream. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I am glad that some people enjoy it. I know people come here for the juice, but... You know. Throw the center nail, slip knot around your hook, slip stitch in the magic ring, which would be here. So the magic ring, for those who don't know, is basically like... I can show you in a second. But it's like used as a base for a lot of crochet stuff. And back into the magic ring. Good, and cut. And pull through. And there's 1. Now we just tuck her in. Might need a needle for this one. Yeah, let me grab a needle. I'll post a pic in Discord of the kit I bought. I'm still too intimidated to try it. Don't be intimidated. It's fun. Once you get the hang of it, it's really fun. You don't want these hands? True. I would never want those hands. Certainly not in marriage. Alright, and we'll just weave that in. And when you weave in, you can just like pull it through another hole. And you can just cut that. Boom. Stuff the rest of that in, and we're good. And then we do the other side. This talent seems to run in my family, so maybe I've got it in me too. Perhaps. I mean, artistry in general kind of runs in my family, but I feel like it doesn't have to. I know that you're like joking, but a lot of people do think that like natural talent comes from your parents or some shit, which maybe there's like a genetic component to it, but like I don't think that it's that powerful. Also, art's subjective, so even if it's not good, it's still good because it's art. You made it, and you should be proud of it. You know, this Snorlax sure ain't perfect, I'll tell you that. Not by any stretch. Messed up a number of times on it, in a number of places. But it's my boy. We gotta name him. Chat, for those who are still here, we have to name our boy Snorlax. What do we name him? I guess we should also gender him. There's a big old gap right there. Noob. August. Joking, just hoping. I got you. Hyper-focusing runs in my family. That helps. Nice. Hyper-focus does help. Alright. I gotta leave him with one fingernail right now, because I can't... I'm hot and tired and I can't keep going. But, we can name him real quick. If you guys want to name him. What does chat think? Poke nail. Snoopy the Snorlax? Snoopy? I don't know. I feel like Snoopy is too iconic. August? Because he looks like me? It's interesting if he looks like you. I made it to the end, now I gotta walk my dog. Alright, have a good night, Straw Hat Monty. Thanks for being here. Brutus? Brutus is pretty good. It's a little, showy. It's a little bit of a showy name, but not bad. Okay, Brutus. Droopy? We can call him Droopy. We got Brutus, we got Droopy. Sir Brutus the Wide. Anyone else? Any other suggestions? I'm glad his feet are done at least. Sadie for a girl and Steve for a boy. Andy. I think I like Droopy. We'll call him Droopy. But he's a little droopy. He's a little droopy. Flying. Droopy cannot fly. Hey, tired? Because I said I'm tired like 5 minutes ago? You're behind. Alright. I'm gonna put Droopy back for now. I'll finish him up later. The thing about this chenille yarn is it gets fucking everywhere, and I hate it. I love the texture of it. I love working with it, but... Oh, I told you guys I was going to show you the magic ring. Use a nice purple, and I'll demonstrate. Can I have the end of the yarn, please? Can I have the end of the yarn, please? Thank you. Okay, so magic ring. Here's what we're gonna do. I need a smaller hook. That'll work. And when you're making, it's called amigurumi. The fucking title. What's this? Hold for 1 second. Use the account to justify it. Don't watch this even if it's recommended. Please stop fucking watching. It's been 12 years. Very nice. With 3.4 million views from 12 years ago. Try not to link copyright stuff. No, it's fine. I can handle that. What I can't handle is if you link something that's like really gonna get me banned. Okay, so after you make your slip knot, and if you don't know how to make a slip knot, let's go over that real quick. You're getting a tutorial. Sorry. So, there we go. Okay, you're getting a tutorial. So, you're gonna pinch your yarn between your thumb and your middle finger. You're gonna wrap it around both your pointer and your middle finger like so. Okay? You're gonna wrap it again, but this time you're gonna cross over on the side that's facing you. So. Okay, so we cross over on the side that's facing you, the palm side. Right? And then once that's secure, like that, we're gonna reach under the first one, we're gonna grab the second one, we're gonna pull it through. Right? After that, we're gonna take both of our fingers out of here. We're gonna pull down on both ends. Here's our slip knot. So we start with that. And then for a lot of amigurumi, you're gonna start with what's called a magic ring. Okay? He said reach around. Yes, I did. Very funny. Very funny. Now have a seat. We're learning how to crochet, kids. Very funny. Ha ha hoo hee. Hoo hee ha ha. I get it. I'm hip with the kids. Now sit down. Alright. So. Oh shit. That wasn't a magic ring. That was a slip knot. That's how you do a slip knot. Now let's do a magic ring. I just realized. Alright, magic ring. So, start with the same process. I like to take my hook for this. We're going to reach under. Same thing we did with our finger. Reach under. Except this time we're going to scoop it up. So it's wrapping around like that. Okay? And then, we're going to reach for that same bit of yarn. We're going to go over the first one again. We're going to reach for that same bit of yarn. Scoop that up. Now you have 2 loops on here. Okay? And you're going to take the one that your hook reaches for first, pull it under the second, and then you have what's called a magic ring. Okay, right there. So now we're going to wrap our string around this side. We're going to grab both ends of the magic ring, okay, both sides of it, so you have a little opening there. All right, we're going to reach under the top part of the opening, bring this under, wrap, and pull through. This is a basic slip stitch, okay? We're just going through the magic ring, or sorry, not a slip stitch. This is a basic crochet into the magic ring. So if you don't know how to single crochet, you should learn how to do that first. Or single crocheting through the magic ring. We're gonna do that 6 times. Just for this example. Do it however many times the pattern calls for if you're following a pattern. 4, 5, and 6. I lost it. Ah, fuck. And sometimes you'll slip out of the hook, and that's fine. Just grab the latest loop that you can. Come on. One more time. 6. All right, and that's 6 single crochets we got there. Okay. Now, here's where the magic happens. So I like to try to keep my hook in here. You can take it out if you want. You're just gonna pull like that, and it closes the ring. Boom. And now you have a closed ring, and you can start to crochet with that. Katie just walked in. And you crochet into the first one. What's up? And that's how I make my little stress balls. We decided to name Snorlax Droopy.
Oh, I love it. Hi, babies.
And just keep going. And then if you fuck it up, pull. Usually. And there you go. Hi.
Hi, guys.
All right, y'all. Thank you very much for joining me in this brief tutorial / working on Snorlax Droopy. Wrap this up. Upstream. Okay. Who's live? Riverboat Jack is live. Get over there. Get over there. Do it. Oh, wait. I guess I can just host. I don't know why I'm linking it in chat. Lefty Jenna, have a great night. Everybody have a great night. Let me get to my website real quick. Host. Riverboat Jack. Okay. Thank you all so much for being here. Love you all. I'm glad I got to get a little bit of crocheting done at the end there. That's always fun. And I'm gonna go talk to my fiance who just came home from a trip. And yeah, that's about it. Like I said, have a great night, and I'll see you all next time on the stream. Love you all.